forget to learn ourselves. Well, today it's our chance.
Hmm. Nice. Hello, ma'am, not audible.
Minds and get ready for an energizing journey into the future of education. Now, may I hand over the mic to our comparers of the day, Sharayu and Ayushi.
थैंक यू मैम। सुस्वागतम सुस्वागतम सुस्वागतम। ज्ञानगंगा एजुकेशन ट्रस्ट और बीएड कॉलेज की प्रतिनिधि स्वरूप मैं शरयू जाधव और मेरी सहपाठी आयुषी आप सभी का मनपूर्वक स्वागत करते हैं। आज हम सब एक लक्ष्य लेकर यहाँ पे आए हैं। एक इंसान के जीवन में कोई लक्ष्य उतना होना उसका जरूरी होता है, क्योंकि बिना लक्ष्य के इंसान सारा जीवन भटकता ही रहता है। उसके जीवन का कोई अर्थ ही नहीं होता। जीवन का आनंद वही उठा सकता है जिसके जीवन में कोई ध्येय हो। त्याग के चिंता तुझे घर से निकलना चाहिए। त्याग के चिंता तुझे घर से निकलना चाहिए। मार्ग कोई भी रहे, बस लक्ष्य मिलना चाहिए। बांधती है जो तुझे वो बांधती है जो तुझे वो बेड़िया सब तोड़ना। बांधती है जो तुझे वो बेड़िया सब तोड़ना। ठोकरों से जो गिरे हो तो हौसला मत छोड़ना। सीख कर इसमें हमें चुपचाप चलना चाहिए। मार्ग कोई भी रहे, बस लक्ष्य मिलना चाहिए। लक्ष्य मिलना चाहिए। संदीप कुमार सिंह जी की कविता हमें यही बता रही है और आज हम ऐसा ही एक लक्ष्य लेकर यहाँ पे उपस्थित है। मैं आप सभी का मनपूर्वक स्वागत करती हूँ। हमारे हर एक कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत दीप प्रज्वलन से होती है। झगमगाती रोशनाई में एक दीप लगाने से अच्छा है कि वह हम अंधेरे में लगाइए। अंधेरे को तो खुशी होगी इससे, किंतु उस अंधेरे से ज्यादा खुशी उस दीपक को होगी कि जब तक तेल और बाती था तब तक मैंने अंधेरे को प्रकाशमान किया और मेरे जीवन से दूसरों को प्रकाशमान करने की कोशिश की। तो आज हम ऐसे ही प्रकाशमान करने के लिए हमारी सभी संस्थापक और सभी कॉलेज ने ये आयोजन किया है और आप सभी को एक नया मार्ग, एक नया दृष्टिकोण देने की कोशिश हम आज करने वाले हैं। हम अपने प्रत्येक कार्यक्रम का शुरुआत दीप प्रज्वलन से करते हैं। मैं माननीय उपस्थित संस्थापक, प्रज्ञावान प्रवक्ता, ज्ञानगंगा बीएड कॉलेज के प्राचार्य तथा माननीय प्राध्यापक इन सभी को दीपक प्रज्वलन हेतु मंच के सामने आमंत्रित करती हूँ।
Online participants, everything is audible to you all.
Yes, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it's audible. Just like to know the chat option is off. Can you please turn it on?
Ma'am,
Just wait a second. After felicitation, we'll clear the doubt. Just put it in the chat box.
and steers it towards progress. At the forefront of our college is a leader who champions innovation, nurtures growth, and empowers our college and our educators to excel. It is with great respect that I invite Mrs. Savita Upasni ma'am, Principal of Ganga Education Trust, College of Education B.Ed, to deliver the welcome address. Let's welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Education is not learning of facts, but the training of mind to think. Albert Einstein. The best teachers are those who show you where to look, but don't tell you what to see. Alexander. These quotes align well with the theme of innovation, integration, and inspiration in education, setting the tone for transformative learning experiences. A very warm and heartfelt welcome to everyone present here. It is a great pride and enthusiasm that I welcome you all to this two-day national level workshop, Innovate, Integrate, Inspire, Transformative Learning with NEP 2020 and NCF 2023, which is organized in a blended mode. This workshop is designed to equip educators with the practical strategies that promote deep learning and holistic development through interactive sessions, experts' insights, and hand-on activities. I feel honored to extend my heartfelt gratitude and respect to the visionary behind our institution, our founder chairman, Professor B.D. Patil sir, whose relentless effort and leadership have made this institution a center of academic excellence. A warm welcome to our esteemed management secretary, Mrs. Ranjana Patil ma'am, young and dynamic director, Dr. Anita Patil More ma'am, our educational advisor, Mr. Amit More sir, whose continuous support and guidance shape the future of this institution. We are privileged to have with us our distinguished resource person, the upcoming sessions, Dr. Apurva Panchikar, Assistant Professor, SNDT Women's University, Juhu, whose expertise and insights will undoubtedly add great value to this workshop. I also extend a sincere appreciation to our Chief Operating Officer, COO, Dr. Vandana Sharma, ma'am of DGET, for steering this institution towards innovation and excellence. A special mention to our supportive and knowledgeable degree college principal, Dr. Bhavika Karkera, whose dedication and leadership inspires academic growth. To our compassionate faculty members whose work tirelessly to nurture young minds, and to our enthusiastic online and offline participants whose eagerness to learn make this truly meaningful. I warmly welcome you all. And of course, my dear students, who are the heart of this institution, welcome. Whose your curiosity, creativity, and passion for learning are what drive us to strive for excellence. Before we dive into enriching sessions of the workshop, let me take a moment to introduce you about Nyanganga Education Trust DGET. The name synonyms with the quality education, innovation, and holistic development. It is established by Professor B.D. Patil sir, an esteemed academician and visionary. DGT has grown into multidisciplinary educational hub that nurtures students from KG to PG. Our institution provides a broad spectrum of academic programs, that is ICSC schools, junior college offering science, commerce and arts stream. Undergraduate programs include BCom, BBI, BMS, BSc IT, BAP, BA and BNM. We are also having our own B.Ed college, which is affiliated to Mumbai University. The same, we are also offering specialized education programs like Diploma in School Management and MA in Education, which is affiliated under Yashwantrao Chavan Open University. Continuing our commitment to professional and healthcare education, we have recently introduced B.Pharm and D.Pharm and nursing courses, ensuring that we will cater to diverse career aspirations. Education today is undergoing a transformative shift and educate. And as an educator, it is our responsibility to embrace change, integrate new methodology, and inspire lifelong learning. The National Education Policy NEP 2020 and the National Curriculum Framework NCF 2023 emphasizes an interdisciplinary, skill-based, and student-centric approach to learning. This workshop aims to bridge the gap between theory and practice by providing hands-on learning, expert insights, and interactive sessions that will enable educators to make learning more engaging, inclusive, and impactful. I encourage each one of you to actively participate, collaborate, and exchange your ideas over these 2 days. Let us innovate, integrate, and inspire together, shaping the future of education and empowering next generation. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all of you. May this workshop be a journey of knowledge, collaboration, and inspiration. Thank you and wishing you all a productive and enriching experience. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words and invaluable insights. Visionary leaders don't just create institutions, they create a lasting impact on the generations to come. Behind every remarkable institution is a visionary whose determination and perseverance lay the groundwork of excellence. The success of our institution is a testament to the dedication and passion of Nyanganga Education Trust founder chairman, Professor B.D. Patil sir. It is our privilege to to invite him to share his thoughts and insights with us. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Morning to everyone. Good morning, sir. It is my privilege to be here to inaugurate the two-day seminar, international seminar, and just I will highlight the education system. They have changed from years together or decades together. Initially, in our country, the education was under the what we call Gurukul system. The learners used to go to Guru's house and take the education and come back as a trained personality. Thereafter, many decades, many centuries, the education system has changed from time to time. With reference to our country, let us talk about the after independence. There is a radical change in the education system in our country. At the time of independence, there were hardly 20 to 22% literacy rate in our country. The country was dominated by rural population and very few cities like Mumbai, Calcutta, Madras were there. After independence, under the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru, we have tremendous progress in our country. During first and second 5-year plan, there was actually primary education. They had given more stress on primary education. And I remember when I was a child, there was free and compulsory education system during second 5-year plan. They used to come to every house, teachers used to come to every house and they take the students to the school. And first, in 1964-65, the government of India appointed Kothari Commission to suggest or to recommend certain new changes in the field of education. Thereafter, in 1986, Mehrotra Committee was appointed, particularly for higher education. And there was also some educational commissions were appointed. And recently, the government of India has introduced new education policy that is going to be implemented slowly. It has started right from school level, college level, and it is in infant stage. We as B.Ed college, we have to take initiative since our institution is we create educators, and this new education policy, NEP 2020, is mainly giving importance to interdisciplinary system. Until now, we were having the traditional system, one subject as the degree college level and all. Now, as per new the education policy, the interdisciplinary students, science students, they can take art subjects, commerce subjects, and so on. So this is how we have to train the teachers as academicians, as a B.Ed college. We have to train the educators, we have to train the teachers to cope up with new education policy system, new education policy in our country, which is going to be implemented. So I wish best luck to this seminar and go ahead with new ideas, innovative and all, so that we can take the challenges of new education system. Thank you very much.
your inspiring vision and leadership, which continues to empower educators and shape the leaders of tomorrow. In today's diverse classrooms, every learner is unique. Educators must create inclusive and engaging environments that embraces this diversity. Our first session will explore these strategies to address varied learning styles and the role of thematic and inclusive teaching in enhancing student engagement and comprehension. I'm delighted to invite Assistant Professor Mrs. Pratibha Kamli ma'am to the stage to introduce and felicitate our distinguished speaker.
Good morning, everyone. I, Assistant Professor Mrs. Pratibha Kamli, warmly welcome you all to day one of our national workshop. This session's theme, One Classroom, Many Learners, Work Learning Styles, Thematic Approach, and integrating all of these in an inclusive setting. In a diverse classroom, no two learners are exactly the same. Work, a model identifying visual, auditory, reading, writing, and kinesthetic learning styles helps educators understand and address these differences effectively. By incorporating themes that connect learning to real world context and fostering inclusive practices, teachers can ensure every student, regardless of ability or background, thrives to the most. To inculcate all these learning, today's resource person, Assistant Professor Dr. Apurva Panshikar, Department of Special Education, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai, is the apt person. We are honored to welcome Dr. Apurva Panshikar, a distinguished academician with over 20 years of expertise in special education. She holds a PhD and MA in special education from SNDT Women's University, along with a postgraduate diploma in counseling psychology from Xavier's Institute of Counseling Psychology. Dr. Apurva Madam specializes in special education, learning disabilities, educational psychology, inclusive education, and research methodology. Since 2004, she has served as an assistant professor at SNDT Women's University with prior teaching roles at Sophia College, DG Ruparel College, and KM Kundanani College of Pharmacy. Dr. Apurva Madam is a renowned resource person for national and state level programs on NEP 2020, Universal Design for Learning, assistive technology, and inclusive education with 30 plus publications and multiple research projects to her name. Her outstanding work has earned Best Paper and Best Poster awards at prestigious conferences. An active member of the Rehabilitation Council of India and SNDT University's Board of Studies, Dr. Apurva Madam continues to shape special education curricula and teacher development. Let us give a warm welcome to Madam. May I now request Chairman Professor B.D. Patil Sir kindly come and felicitate Dr. Apurva Madam. A big round of applause.
Please do here. Please look here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
And amongst us, we have our visionary chairman, sir. May I now request our principal, ma'am, Savita Upasni, ma'am, to kindly felicitate our founder chairman, sir, Professor B.D. Patil, sir. Let's have a big round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request our principal, ma'am, to felicitate our sister institution's principal, ma'am, Dr. Bhavika Karkera, ma'am, our dynamic principal, who's always supportive of all our events. A big round of applause to Bhavika, ma'am. And now request our assistant professor, Dr. Kavita Kamble, ma'am, to kindly come and felicitate our leader, our principal, B.Ed College principal, Mrs. Savita Upasni, ma'am. A big round of applause for Savita, madam. So this marks the end of the inaugural ceremony. The stage is set, audience are set. May I now request Dr. Apurva, ma'am, to kindly come and take over.
A very good morning to all of you. I'm extremely delighted to be here today to have a conversation with the young minds, with all those who want to be a part of the change that India has envisioned for the education sector. I'm thankful to Professor Patil, Upasni ma'am, and of course, Dr. Rachna to connect with me and invite me on this platform to have the conversation with you all and talk about a topic and an ideology which is extremely close to my heart. Coming from the discipline of special education, we strongly believe that every child needs to get an opportunity to access quality education. And thus, I was very happy to accept this invitation that came to me to talk on one classroom, many learners, and to talk about how all these learners can be reached out to using various strategies. Specifically talking about the DART and the theme-based learning approach. Well, when I look at the classroom, this is what I see. A mosaic, tiles, different colors, different shapes, sizes. This is different in a classroom. Of course it does. What are all these pieces together? All these pieces together. They could be children, students who are gender different, who are different vis-a-vis age. There could be differences with respect to ability, languages, religion, caste. Think about any parameter, and we see that in our classrooms. When I'm looking at all the audience who's physically sitting in front of me, and of course the ones who are attending in the online mode. Think about who you are, think about what you are. Apart from you sharing this common space of this national level workshop, we are so different, aren't we? Some wearing spectacles, some wearing spectacles in childhood, some have acquired it after their 40s, some long hair, some short hair, some curly hair, some thick hair, some thin hair, some in saris, some in um, traditional attire specifically for the occasion today, so on and so forth. I bring it down to a school classroom and I see equally variant or equally diverse students. Today we talk so much. I'm constantly thinking about the ads for shampoos today. Your hair, it is frizzy and it looks dry and damaged, but actually it is curly and so you need a different product. We are thinking so much from the consumer's point of view, but are we thinking as educators, how do we reach out to so much of diversity that exists in my class? There are, of course, there are, of course, many ways of looking at it. And though integrated education and inclusive education has always been a talk, I think with NEP 2020, a very clear focus on inclusive education is changing the way the education scenario is panning out. Of course, it's a policy, and we require very definitive measures to ensure that the policy recommendations are implemented, and thus we need to look at the national curriculum frameworks. And so I'm not going to talk about what the NEP 2020 says about inclusive education or even equitable education. I don't want to get into the policy. Neither am I going to have a discussion on what the National Curriculum Framework 22 or 23 is saying about it. But I think this particular statement is very crucial, whereby you will find that in the section 3.3.9, the NCF says that every child is capable of learning and children are natural learners. These two statements get you to think a lot. Think about what? Think about whether all children actually are capable of learning. How are they capable of learning? And how do we make this process of learning more natural to them? Because believe me, a school system is an artificially created system. It's not something which comes naturally. Though we have been talking about the Gurukul Parampara, yes, it was a school finally, right? Incidental learning, informal learning is very different than the learning that takes place in the classroom. And as a school system, we are yet expected to nurture the child as just purely a natural being and not a being who's curated to fit into the school system. Right? So a lot of responsibility on us as educators, be it Gen Ed teachers or be it special educators, irrespective. I do not want to stand here and have a discussion of who's better and who's needed and anything like that. But I think irrespective, as educators, there's a big responsibility that we have. Next slide, please. So when I look at what further is said in the NCF, it talks about learning as an active process. It's both cognitive as well as experiential. Children, how are they going to learn best? When they feel accepted, when they feel valued, and not when they're going to be punished and they're going to be reprimanded and they're going to be put at the end of the other end of a gun and said, you better learn this, you better don't learn it, and you better give me this information. Children do not learn in the same way. They all are very different. We have known that our classrooms have produced good students, but somehow we have failed to give them life skills. And this connection between what I'm learning in theory and how I translate that into my life is very crucial. And when I talk about this, I'm always reminded of me as a school going student, me when I was learning in math, I was learning about area and perimeter and all of that. And let me tell you, I did not know how I was going to use it in my life. I did not understand all those problems where I had maybe a bucket or a barrel of water, and then there was a pipe moving into another barrel, and I just did not understand why am I studying this? Where am I ever going to use it? Sadly, it was because the thrust of education then was on learning the formulae and was on following through what those steps required me to do, with no understanding of how I'm going to apply that in my real life. Yeah, that's how I didn't get into engineering as a specialist professional. This apart, we need to be looking at how school learning becomes meaningful, how that immediate connection is made to real life. And lastly, we also need to look at how practice can be critical and integral part of learning, and the focus should not be on the lower order skills. It should not be only on the remembering, as Bloom says. So we need to look at how we transcend from how we have been teaching in schools to how we ought to be teaching in schools. What I'm talking about are not prescriptions. This is something which is highly doable. Challenging? Yes. Doable? Yes. Can we do everything in one go? No. Can we try? Yes. So I'm going to only attempt to give you one or two little things that I have learned through my practice as a special educator. I'm not coming from the general education perspective anymore. I'm talking special ed. Because in special education, we truly value each child as unique, which is a perspective I believe now is coming into general education in the form of inclusive education. The next slide. I wonder how many of you have seen this slide, right? A very, very powerful slide according to me, a very powerful graphic. Talks about how we should not be talking about equality, not just saying you have provisions and you have reservations is not going to suffice. What more? We need to provide equitable learning opportunities. Provide me what I need, not just because it is a given. But can we move beyond that? Can we start looking at making education, educational opportunities, educational experiences accessible without any barriers? And this thinking, going beyond equitable learning opportunities to accessible learning opportunities, warrants that we talk about inclusive pedagogies. Next slide. So, looking at what is at the core of accessibility are universal designs. A universal design is, it comes from product design, it comes from um, architecture, it comes from interior designs, and we are looking at how physical spaces and products can be used by anyone and everyone. We are using the same principles that any product can be used by anyone. We are developing universal designs for learning, and we are also talking about differentiated instructions. If I want to look at what are the similarities in these two instructional and learning oriented frameworks, that is differentiated instruction and universal design for learning, I find that the thrust is on how to teach everyone in the given span. I'm not looking at an education model where I'm pulling out a child who is different. And when I'm saying different, it could be because the child has a disability. It could be because the child is a first generation learner. It could be because the child is learning in a city for the first time and thus is at a disadvantage. It could be any such child. I'm not looking at pulling out that child from the classroom and teaching the child in the resource room. What can I do to teach the child in the same physical space? And these two frameworks, the differentiated instruction and the universal design for learning frameworks, are beautiful frameworks which give you that impetus. I'm not here to stand and talk about these two frameworks, though I can keep talking about it at length. And I want to go into how then can we look at inclusive education for all learners, including learners with disabilities. We are going to be talking about creating certain structures and relooking the mosaic that we have in the class. Can we rearrange certain aspects? Can we relook at certain variables? Can we think about certain practices which will help us view not just a conundrum of students or just students who are all over the place or also that they are so different, but to gain a perspective about how I can reach out to them, because some of them are orange, some are red, some are blue, some yellow, so on and so forth. This way of looking at students as a whole, but knowing that they're different and probably the differences can yet be unified, brings me to talking about the VARK model. Next slide. As is already communicated, and many of you may be familiar, the VARK model, it talks about your preferred learning modality. Are you a visual learner? Are you an auditory learner? Do you prefer to read and write? Or are you kinesthetic? I want to see a show of hands for those who think they are visual learners. Just one in this physical room. Those who are attending the session online, if you could please have a show of hands and if someone could tell me how many are visual learners. Can you just tell me how many are visual learners? How many are? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Thank you, Yashashri. Okay, if you're shy to raise your hand, it's fine. Because that's the way you are. At least bring to your full mind whether you learn using the visual modality. What about those who are auditory, those who listen, hear, and can process information? Okay, a few more as compared to visual learners, but I can see the same person saying yes for a visual and yes for an auditory. Great. What about those who prefer to read and write to study? As adults and into higher education, you are pushed into it. You like it, you don't like it, that's the way you do it. What about those who think they learn through experiences, activities, doing things? Well, I have thought that we fit into different categories and these are exclusive categories. Are they? No? Are you sure? I think we will quickly get into a short activity where I want you to fill this questionnaire and identify for yourself what your learning modality is. Okay? Can I have some volunteers to help me with this? Participants who are attending online, this particular questionnaire has already been shared with you. So I request you to please read through all the 16 questions, answer them. Yeah, more. So the first two sheets, you will find that there are 16 items, and it warrants that you respond to it. If you feel that more than one option are applicable to you, please do mark that as well. So the first two pages are where you have to mark the answers to the items which are given. Do take your time. This will help you identify what is your preferred learning modality. Or whose sheets required? Is it anyone who's got the sheets? It is wonderful to already know what our learning preference is, but tools like these give you further insights into what the learning modality actually is for you. Those attending online can please let us know once they are done filling that questionnaire. There are, of course, no right or wrong answers. So do not think too deeply. You do not have to impress anyone. It's completely a self-reflective questionnaire. I can see that some of you are coming to the end of the second page, which is the 16th item. If you have, you can turn over the third page as well. And you will see that it is a sheet which tells you how to score your responses. So please fill that sheet as well. From the responses that you have given for each item, encircle the correct or rather the marked response into the third sheet. And as you calculate how many B's, how many A's, RW's, and K's, you will be able to identify which your stronger learning modality is, or which is your preferred learning modality. If there are any questions, any doubts, any clarifications you seek, please let me know. Okay, participants, how's it going? Done nearly? Lovely. The participants attending online, please let us know that you are through with the task. For how many of you, what you thought or what you felt or what you knew as your stronger or the preferred modality tends to match with what this question is telling you? Lovely. Online, is anyone done? Participants attending online, please let us know that you are done with the questionnaire and you have identified what your learning preference modality is. You may put it in the chat. You may give us a thumbs up. How many of you think that the visual modality is the stronger modality? Or which modality, according to you, is going to be most prevalent? Any clues? Any guesses? Kinesthetic? Okay. Visual also, kinesthetic also, auditory also, reading writing also. In general, yeah, in general, I wanted to know whether you have any thoughts vis-a-vis which could be the stronger or the preferred modality. Okay. I think another 1 minute for you all to finish your task. There's a lot yet we have to do. Any responses online? None? There is going to be a countdown from 20 through 1 now, and then you will have to necessarily stop your activity. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Hands down. Lovely. Hands down. Irrespective, of course, you have the questionnaires with you. If you haven't completed identifying which is your stronger modality, your preferred modality, you can always start that later. The question is, we are here to talk about what is going to work and how we need to do it for our learners. Why am I giving it to you? Why did I give the questionnaire to you? What are your thoughts? Why did I give it to you? It's a workshop, I needed to fill time.
To understand that there are various modes of learning.
Okay, to understand the various modalities through which learning happens. Great, wonderful answer. Any other?
I'm able to identify how I might be able to pick up the same mode of learning.
Lovely. If I know how I learn, I will be able to pick out the same for my learners as well. Wonderful thought. Any other?
Also to understand that not every student is going to learn through the same mode.
It makes you aware that not all learners are homogeneous. There is going to be heterogeneity. There are going to be differences, and you need to acknowledge those differences. Another important reason I wanted you to identify what your preferred modality is understand that if I prefer a visual modality, that is something I'm going to be gravitating towards very naturally. And in a way, I will, right? I'm creating a bias, I'm creating barriers because I'm a visual learner, I'm thinking visual, I'm creating teaching learning material that are visual, I'm creating learning opportunities which can be tapped, which can be accessed through the visual modality. Our unawareness about what our modality is going to come to me. So now that I know that I am a visual learner or I am an auditory learner, every time I have to start planning my lessons, I have to start planning my instruction for my learners, I am going to keep it at the back of my mind. That this is my stronger preference, my preferred modality. That is how I'm going to be using strategies to learn and also to teach. You can give this questionnaire to your learners as well. And because it is a self-report, the students will be able to give you that data. We are in a data-driven world, aren't we? I need data. If I know that out of my 50 students in class or 70 students in class or 30 students in class, this is how the distribution is. From my mosaic, I will have colored patterns. Initially, it's Gestalt psychology, right? Something which is more coherent, something which is more consistent, something that's more uniform, you are able to perceive and process better. So being able to identify the learners goes a long way. However, I'm going back to the question that I posed earlier. Do you think there is a singular preferred modality? No. Ample of research shows that multimodal preferences are seen in maximum individuals. It depends upon the task. It depends upon the level at which the learning needs to happen. So it is best not to believe that, oh, in my class is a visual learner. Nina, he or she likes only to read and write. We are never going to have watertight compartments. And thus the work in developing the BARK model done by Fleming was really, really influential for a long time. Today, there is ample of evidence to say there are nothing like learning styles. Then why are we talking about it? Right. And while you have national level workshop, why are we talking about a model and a framework which today is not evidence based? Why do you think yet this discussion is required? Simply because we need to acknowledge that learning preferences vary. We yet need to acknowledge that everyone is not the same. They may not have a single preferred style. They could be multiple. They could be dual, yet differences exist. When we are talking inclusion, naturally, I need to take cognizance of the fact that every learner being different, even through, or even when you're talking about the learning preferences, they are there in my class. How do I address them? I cannot address them through my preferred modality, through my preferred style. Not that we need to match the style with the learner's style. It's not that I and you have to be on the same page at all times. But minimum the acknowledgement that you are different and probably rather different than what I am is a great ground to start off to talk inclusion. So what we see is this is documented, however. Naturally, so much of work that has happened by Fleming in New Zealand, he and his associates have been able to list all of this. That when there are learners, even when you're looking at singular preference, or it could be a dual preference, or it could be multiple preferences, when it is a person who has read-write preference, we need as teachers to provide inputs through printed words, reading and writing tasks, taking notes, making lists, creating structures, order, looking at the right words correctly. All of this that is happening through the projection on this wall is for those who have the reading, writing preference. Reading, writing is a visual task. How is it then different from visual? The ones who prefer the visual modality are the ones who prefer images, colors, pictures, diagrams. How have I included that in what I'm doing with you? Anyone? Am I using or tapping into the visual preference of my audience? How? By using a PPT? Okay. Any other? Anything about the PPT specifically? Colors. Words. So are making differences in the visual inputs, the pictures, the colors, the fonts, the colors of the fonts. All this is for the ones who have the visual preference. What about auditory? We are discussing voice modulation, a very, very important stimulus radiation skill. We are talking. So auditory inputs, absolutely. What about kinesthetic? Yeah. I gave you the questionnaire to solve. Kinesthetic. As yet, sadly, The hall is not, physically organized to have small group discussions or walk around the thing, but we will do that a little later as well. So kinesthetic, which is experiences, hands-on, real-life experiences, all of this is being tapped on because I know that my audience is going to have different learning preferences. Very simple. If I try to incorporate all of that in my talk, in my interaction with you, I'm being inclusive. How am I not being inclusive? Can anyone think about it? How am I not being inclusive? There's something I'm doing that is yet a very, very exclusionary behavior. Yes. Anyone? Here, raise your hand.
If you hadn't, if you had just told us what DARK stands for and told us what each of it told us about this, instead of showing us the PPT, then not giving us the questionnaire, wouldn't have been. Or if it had just been a one-sided lecture
Okay,
kind of
but
thing.
even now, I'm telling you, I'm making a statement. I'm not being inclusive. And I want you to identify what is it that I'm doing that is not making me inclusive.
Same language, but you
Absolutely, I'm talking only English.
only one language.
To tell you very frankly, I do not even know whether there is anyone in this room, physically in this room, who has a challenge in accessing English language. We need to know this beforehand, right? I can talk in Marathi, Hindi, English. Which of these? हिंदी अगर मैं हिंदी और इंग्लिश और अगर कोई ऑनलाइन अटेंड कर रहा है जिसको मराठी की जरूरत हो लेट मी नो जैसे हमने कहा कि खुद की जो एक प्रेफरेंस होती है वो समझ लेना जरूरी होता है शायद इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर क्योंकि ये नेशनल लेवल प्लेटफॉर्म है मैं ये अज्यूम करके चल रही हूँ that everyone knows English. Though English is only one of the n number of languages that we have in India. Correct? खरं तर मी महाराष्ट्रात आहे मराठीतूनच बोलायला पाहिजे पण त्याचबरोबर हिंदी भाषिक आहेत त्यांच्यासाठी हिंदीचाही वापर झाला पाहिजे मी अनेक भाषांमध्ये बोलू शकेन पण माझ्या स्लाइड्सचं काय These are barriers ना However, ये भी एक काफी जरूरी बात है कि जिन स्कूलों में हम पढ़ा रहे हैं मीडियम ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन तो एक होगा So yet the preference that you teach in one particular language or use that predominantly is going to be there. लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि अगर कोई स्टूडेंट है जो इंग्लिश नहीं एक्सेस कर पा रहा है you need to be able to adapt the language. You need to move from one language to the other. हिंदी में बात करिए मराठी में बात करिए अगर आपको एक आध डायरेक्ट आती हो जो बच्चे की जरूरत है उस डायरेक्ट में भी बात करिए उसी डायरेक्ट में रिप्रेजेंट करिए और मूव थ्रू हैव मोर पिक्चर्स पॉसिबल यस हैव मोर एक्टिविटीज पॉसिबल take cognizance of the diversity in your classroom. What we need to see here is when we know what is the characteristic of a particular learning style, हम कौन से teaching strategies use कर सकते हैं तो हमारी क्लास में जो visual preference वाले बच्चे हैं उनके लिए हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं जो ऑलरेडी मैंने मेरी प्रीवियस स्लाइड के बारे में जब मैं बात कर रही थी तब मैंने ऑलरेडी बात की है. So I'm looking at easy to read, attractive technology variety that can be used for visual. Right? So we just need to be more aware. थोड़ा सोचिए कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं. ऐसी कोई लिस्ट अवेलेबल नहीं है कि ये स्टैंडर्ड लिस्ट है या ये फाइनल लिस्ट है या ये एग्जॉस्टिव लिस्ट है. जैसे कॉन्टेक्स्ट बदल रहा है बदलेगा उस तरह से हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा पर्सपेक्टिव्स अंदर लेके आने होंगे. Right? We need to ensure that we bring in all the perspectives possible. Can you do everything at the same time? You can't. You can't. Start with one and keep increasing the number. Next. I think many of us are familiar with the code of learning, right? A major contribution by Edgar Dale. However, the learning pyramid, I personally want to refer to this learning pyramid because I am not only talking about that after 2 weeks what we tend to remember. Because there is also going to be an individual difference and diversity in what is going to be learned, what is going to be remembered by who after 2 weeks. क्योंकि हर एक बच्चा अलग है. आप शायद इसके लिए कहें कि जो कोई पढ़ रहा है वो सिर्फ 10% आप याद कर सकते हैं, लेकिन if I have a preferred modality of reading writing, मेरे लिए तो 90% लर्निंग वहीं से होगा, रिमेम्बरिंग वहीं से होगा, हायर ऑर्डर थिंकिंग भी वहीं से होगा. तो यस, एक लेवल पर हमें ये लर्निंग पिरामिड जान लेना जरूरी है, लेकिन इसी के साथ ये भी हमें जान लेना जरूरी है कि दिस इज नॉट द ओनली फ्रेमवर्क. आज की तारीख में हम किसी भी एक फ्रेमवर्क की तरफ पूरी तरह से नहीं देख रहे हैं. Everything has to be eclectic. So though this is a major framework that we want to believe in, we cannot. Take it with a pinch of salt. And what is that pinch of salt? The cognizance that everything needs to be integrated. I'm going directly into theme-based teaching. And you'll be wondering, okay, so does that mean we are through with VARK? No, we are not. We need to take this discussion forward. When I look at the NCF is talking about making real-life connections. Real-life connections तभी हो पाएंगी जब हम हर एक सब्जेक्ट को अलग-अलग मान के ना जाएं. लिटरेचर अलग है, साइंस अलग है, मैथ अलग है, ज्योग्राफी अलग है, सिविक्स अलग है. अगर किसी में कहीं भी किसी तरह की अगर सुसूत्रता ना हो, then it remains just in different cells. There is no way of connecting. So if we want to make learning a wholesome learning experience, we need to definitely start talking about theme-based teaching. Theme-based teaching, ये कोई नई कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है. थीम-बेस्ड टीचिंग के बारे में या थीम-बेस्ड टीचिंग का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन आईटी स्कूलों में तो होता ही है, इन अ बिग वे. लेकिन जिस स्कूल से मैं आई हूँ या जिन स्कूलों में हमारे आज के ज्यादातर बच्चे जा रहे हैं, वहां पर थीम बेस्ड टीचिंग नहीं हो रहा है. Because the emphasis is on the textbook, right? And textbooks are in silos. Textbooks do not talk about integration, though integrating learning is one of the major principles of teaching learning. फिर भी कहीं नहीं हो रहा है. When I'm saying kahin nahi, I'm not saying 100% it's not happening. I'm saying it's not happening in majority of the places. And yes, I am looking at our state-run schools where majority of our children learn. Because we are teaching textbooks, we are not teaching concepts. Theme-based learning, theme-based teaching, thematic approach is about making interconnections across different subject areas by looking at certain themes, certain ideas, certain constructs which percolate our life. जैसे मैंने एग्जाम्पल लिया था कि जब मैं स्कूल में थी मुझे समझ में नहीं आया कि when am I going to use area and perimeter and volume, but it was every day, right? I wish it was done. Anyway, it's never too late. So a theme is a broad topic of study or a general unifying idea. Yeah, you can put all. So when we are looking at a theme-based curriculum and theme-based lessons, we need to select a theme. A theme that is going to be relevant, that can be contextualized. The students learn the topics that are there as interconnected topics through different subjects. They explore the theme for a relatively long period of time. And again, why are we talking about it? Because the NCF for foundational stage also talks about it categorically. I'm referring more so to the foundational stage, and I'm not yet moving into the preparatory or even the middle or the secondary school, because that is where the foundation of all learning happens. So to start with, अगर हम उस level पर भी करें, तो शायद connections जो preparatory school में होंगी, secondary school में होंगी, middle school में होंगी, वो ज़्यादा आसान हो जाएंगी. Next. लेकिन जब हमेशा थीम बेस्ड अप्रोच की बात आती है तो ये प्रश्न उठता है कि क्या थीम ले, थीम क्या होनी चाहिए. कई बार जैसे हमने आईबी स्कूलों में देखा है, स्कूल डिलेट करती है कि इस टर्म के लिए थीम क्या होगी, या कौन से ब्लॉक में या कितने महीनों के लिए कौन सी थीम होगी. तो चलो ये तो एक स्कूल बोर्ड ने तो बता दिया, लेकिन मानो if we do not have these prescriptions given by a board, then what? Do we necessarily have to fall back on and say, oh, our board needs to tell us? No. We can look at identifying themes which are contextually appropriate. तो अगर मेरी स्कूल थाने में है वर्सेस अगर मेरी स्कूल साउथ मुंबई में है वर्सेस मेरी स्कूल रत्नागिरी में है या मेरी स्कूल गोवा में है या नागपुर में है, मेरी थीम अलग हो सकती है. क्योंकि जोग्राफिकली हम डिस्टिंक्ट एरियाज में हैं, वहाँ की जरूरतें अलग है, वहाँ का कल्चर अलग है, वहाँ की भाषा अलग है, वहाँ की समस्याएं अलग हैं. Traditions are different. Everything. You look at the demographic variables, you look at the socio-cultural variables, you look at the political economic variables. Everything is so unique, right? So why should I stay in Mumbai at those initial stages, learn about what is happening in Kashmir? It's needed, of course. I need to have that global perspective as well. But at what stage? तो कौन से स्टेज पर आप क्या थीम आइडेंटिफाई करोगे, क्या इनकॉर्पोरेट करोगे, ये कॉन्टेक्चुअली डिटरमाइन होगा. इसी के साथ स्टूडेंट्स कौन से स्टेज में हैं, whether they are in the foundational stage of learning, the preparatory, the middle, or the secondary, that will help determine what the theme ought to be. So you take that theme and you start connecting it to these siloed subjects. And why am I saying siloed subjects? Because believe me, all of us think in terms of subjects. Correct? We have not yet graduated to talk about conceptual learning. We are yet talking about, so what did you study? Oh, when I was in college, I studied psychology, I studied philosophy, I studied logic, I studied geography, I studied this. What did you study in that? And that don't ask me. You ask me the subjects. Right? Even now, when you're doing your B.Ed, you have done your B.Ed, you have done your M.Ed. What did you study? You will list the courses. What is it that did you study? Conceptual understanding or conceptually connecting is a challenge. And that is going to be the case with children as well if we, as teachers and facilitators, do not take that onus to make them see the interconnection. तो एक थीम आप आइडेंटिफाई कर लीजिए और फिर आप देखिए ये आपका पर्सपेक्टिव या आपका चश्मा लगाइए कि इंग्लिश में मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ, ज्योग्राफी में क्या कर सकती हूँ, हिस्ट्री में क्या कर सकती हूँ, so on and so forth. So, if the school or the board has not given you a theme, and as we said, that we have contextually decided what the theme is going to be. Okay? The theme could be festivals. The theme could be elections. It could be COVID. Right? It could be anything. Because anything and everything is learnable. You will always find appropriate teaching moments there. But once you have decided on the theme, you start webbing the ideas. मकड़ी का जाला देखा है? वेब देखा है? कैसे होता है? Is it linear? Is it linear? Or is it a web? It's a web. न्यूरोसाइंस भी यही कहता है कि हमारे दिमाग में जो आइडियाज है वो हमेशा वेब होती है, वो लीनियर नहीं होती. जैसे आप यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, आपके दिमाग में आई एम श्योर, आई एम कॉन्फिडेंट कि सिर्फ थीम बेस्ड अप्रोच के बारे में आप नहीं सोच रहे. plan and a day-wise plan. कितने दिनों में हम ये ऑर्गेनाइजिंग ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंस हम पढ़ सकते हैं? कौन से एंगल से पढ़ सकते हैं? फाइनेंस हो सकता है, कम्युनिकेशन हो सकता है, मीडिया हो सकता है, right? And there could be far more layers as well. So what are we going to study in which block? So week 1 क्या होगा, week 2 क्या होगा, week 3 क्या होगा, and even in that week, day 1, day 2, day 3, what can happen? And then you select the activities for teaching the content. यहाँ पर जब हम selecting the activities for teaching the content की बात कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पर आपका VAR fit in हो जाता है. Because when you are going to be planning the activities to teach the content for each of the sub-themes of the theme, you have to keep in mind that all learners are different. Some of them will have a visual preference, some will have a kinesthetic preference, some will have a reading writing preference. So even when you're looking at a thematic approach, which is an inclusionary approach, you cannot forget the VARK. The next slide, please. So this is just an illustrative web. It is for transportation. And you can see that I have color coded it because those are the sub-themes that I've identified. Now, you may use 2 approaches to your webbing. One, you start with a major idea and then you break it down further, or you put down anything and everything that comes to your mind and then you make the interconnections and you color code it. Why am I saying color code? Because that supports the visual preference. Right? So you do that and you go ahead. Next slide. So I think once we have understood what the whole process of creating a theme-based lesson or a theme-based approach is, we should give it a shot. So if you could just go back to the flow chart, the previous slide. Previous slide. I think I'm going to leave this here in front of you. And those participants who are online as well as the ones who are here, we want you to get into groups of 6 each. Quickly move. Yeah, you can pick your friends just now. That's okay. Participants, those who are attending online, our staff here, they are going to be putting you into different rooms. Breakout rooms are going to be created. However, before we break you out into the rooms and participants here attending in person, you need to identify a theme. Friends, please. May I complete my instructions? So once you get into your groups, identify a theme. And as I said, you may use either of the approaches that you just brainstorm and say, what can we do with this? What is the idea that is coming to our mind? Map all of that. And then you create sub-themes. Or you come up with a major idea that is related to that theme, and then you can break that down further. And then as we move through, you select the sub-themes, you create a block plan, and you start putting down the activities. Now, when you're putting down these activities, please ensure that the VARK is being tapped into that. Just now, it is 12:05. We will take around 15 minutes to do this activity because you will find that you will require that kind of time. So the breakout rooms will close at 12:20. Everyone joins back. And then we can have a few of the groups present what this theme-based lesson looks like for you. With me?
Yes.
Yeah? Put them in the groups. Yes. And time it so that at 12:20 the rooms close. I think you will need to reorganize, please. I guess the organizer should be okay if you move the chairs. And as responsible adults, once we finish the activity, we'll put the chairs back in place.
On camera as well. Yeah.
Hello. Hi, participants.
You need to use this for the left. Wait.
Hello, participants. How is it going?
It's going good, ma'am, but we weren't able to actually work in the breakout rooms.
Oh, and
Yeah,
what
we
seemed to
were
be the
there for
problem?
a moment and then no, we were there for a moment.
Huh.
I could chat there. I put a couple of chats, but no one responded, and then I'm out of the breakout room. So I had to
Oh,
leave the
oh.
meeting and join again to be back to the main meeting. Anyways,
Oh,
the
so you're in the
content
main
is
room.
going well. Yeah, now I'm in the
Okay.
main room.
Okay, okay. So you can probably start mapping it for yourself and because you
I'm
do not
doing
have
that.
anyone to work with. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm
That's
doing that.
lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. I think मी तरी ना इथे मेन रूम मध्येच आहे. Yes. 5 minutes. We are at 22, and I want to actually show you all how we have done theme-based teaching in our school, which is a special school. But it is, again, it is looking at the ARK, it is looking at inclusion. And I wanted to show you all that little experiment that we have done. And so I know it's an interesting activity. You can keep doing that, probably during your lunchtime or beyond that, and continue the collaboration beyond that as well. But sadly, we will have to break and come back here. Sorry, everyone is back? Okay, thank you for your enthusiasm and wanting to be with me. However, I've got only 7 more minutes. And as we come to the end of the session, I want to tell you all about how we, at the Department of Special Education at SLT Women's University, we are trying to implement theme-based teaching as well as looking at different modalities which are addressed in our special school. So just to tell you about Arushi the Learning Center, this is a special school which is an experimental school for us at the Department of Special Education, and we have children from 4 years through 18 years studying there. These all have disabilities, and the nature of disabilities are varying, right from mild to severe intellectual disability, autism spectrum, cerebral palsy, ADHD, slow learners, children with behavioral disorders. All such students are attending the school. It's a rather small setup, but we have 4 groups. We have the early childhood special education group, which are the tiny tots, the 4 to the 7-year-olds. They are there. Some of them who are a little better and who are more attuned to and ready for learning, they are in our preparatory group. Then we have the intermediate group, and then we have the pre-vocational group, where the thrust is completely on skill-based training. So what we tried doing is we wanted to implement theme-based teaching in our preparatory group. Because as I said, these are a group of children who are far more attuned to learning. They are more ready for academic tasks. तो इन बच्चों के लिए हमने थीम बेस्ड टीचिंग स्टार्ट किया. Another profile. Okay, I'll just give you the learner profile. I think some of that got missed. So learner profile, we have in this group 6 children, and they're all again all the disabilities that were mentioned there. And the age group is 6 years to 9 years. तो उस तरह से देखा जाए तो अलग अलग एज ग्रुप है. अगर हम रेगुलर स्कूल्स देखें तो 6 साल के बच्चे दे आर गोइंग टू बी इन फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड, सेकंड स्टैंडर्ड, थर्ड स्टैंडर्ड. लेकिन यहाँ पर हमारे बच्चे सब एक ही क्लास में हैं क्योंकि उनकी फंक्शनल लेवल वो है. ठीक है, तो इनके लिए हमने जो स्टार्ट किया, वी स्टार्टेड विद द थीम बेस. उस समय उनके स्कूल में थीम जो चल रही थी वो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की चल रही थी. तो हमने पूरा वेब मैपिंग किया, एंड इस ग्रुप के लिए स्पेसिफिकली हमने जो कंटेंट डिलीनेट किया वो लैंग्वेज, ईवीएस और मैथ, इन 3 सब्जेक्ट्स में किया. ठीक है, जैसे मैंने कहा कि आप 2 अप्रोचेस ले सकते हैं कि थीम के बारे में सोचें. थीम से जो अलग अलग आइडियाज आपको आती है, कॉन्सेप्ट जो आपके दिमाग में आते हैं वो पूरे मैप करें और फिर आप वो पूरे कंसोलिडेट कर सकते हैं. या ये हम अप्रोच जो हमने लिया क्योंकि उनके स्कूल में ऑलरेडी इंग्लिश, ईवीएस और मैथ पढ़ाया जाता है. So we started looking at these 3 subjects. एंड फिर हमने कंटेंट लिख दिया कि इन बच्चों के साथ 2 months में हम क्या कर पाएंगे। आप कहेंगे कि 2 महीने सिर्फ इतना सा करने के लिए 2 महीने, बट अंडरस्टैंड दीज आर चिल्ड्रन विद स्पेशल नीड्स। ओके, their ability to understand retain information is going to be much lesser as compared to the regular functioning children. So language में हमने identification of vehicles, identification of sounds of vehicles, reading names of vehicles and modes of transport, describing vehicles, ये भी बहुत categorically सिर्फ adjective and noun, सिर्फ इतना ही, okay? Then oral comprehension of what questions and reading simple sentences. ये हमने language में with respect to transportation हमने delimit कर दिया। फिर हमने EVS में transportation क्या है, means of transport क्या है, modes क्या है और travel safety rules क्या है। ट्रैवल सेफ्टी रूल्स आप सोचेंगे कि लेकिन ये तो इतने छोटे बच्चे हैं, हम ट्रैवल सेफ्टी रूल्स क्यों कराएं, बट दिस इज कनेक्शन टू लाइफ फॉर देम। दो दे ट्रैवल विद द पेरेंट्स, दो दे ट्रैवल इन डेजिग्नेटेड ऑटोज, लेकिन फिर भी कभी ना कभी कहीं ना कहीं वो अकेले होंगे, या इवन व्हेन दे आर ट्रैवलिंग विद द अदर्स दे हैव टू कीप दैट इन माइंड ना, ये हम नहीं सोच सकते कि पेरेंट्स देख लेंगे। तो इसलिए हमने ट्रैवल सेफ्टी रूल्स भी इसमें इंक्लूड किया। एंड मैथ में नंबर कंपैरिजन, आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ मनी एंड यूजिंग मनी। अगेन, व्हाई डिड वी गेट इनटू मनी? बिकॉज इफ यू लुक एट इट, इवन इन रेगुलर स्कूल्स मनी ट्रांजैक्शन ये कब होता है? 4th स्टैंडर्ड अप्रोक्सीमेटली, लेकिन हम ये कर रहे हैं विद प्रोबेबली अराउंड 1st स्टैंडर्ड के लेवल के ये बच्चे होंगे। बट व्हाई? अगेन कनेक्शन टू लाइफ। They are traveling with their parents, they're traveling in the autos, so they know that they have to give money. जब तक आप पैसा नहीं देंगे आप ट्रैवल नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो ये सोच के हमने लोअर लेवल से बहुत सिंपल कॉन्सेप्ट्स लेके we went right up to connecting with life. Let's go ahead. So then with regard to the implementation, as we said, we were looking at what all we can do with the children. And we kept in mind that there are children with a visual preference, an auditory preference, a reading writing preference, and a kinesthetic preference. So, watching a video. Visual, it is also experience. Huh? Watching a video is also an experience. Be it sentence reading, it is for reading, writing. Identification of vehicles through coloring. It is visual
as well as
kinesthetic. Money transaction through role play. Kinesthetic. Number comparison through coloring. It's reading, writing, kinesthetic, visual. We also engaged in a lot of peer coaching. Where does peer coaching fall? It's auditory, lovely, and kinesthetic is an experience. So we do use peer coaching, peer tutoring, all of these collaborative strategies also in special schools because they are inclusive. Then identification of vehicles, sticking activity, and what you can see that each child is doing something which is at their level. So this is differentiated instruction as well, right? And we are using multiple modes to represent the same content. That is universal design for learning. So using differentiated instruction, using universal design for learning, we are tapping into the VARK, and all with regard to the theme of transportation. Now, currently the theme that we have in the school is community helpers. And so you will not find it here because as I said, it is currently the theme. So we have so many community helpers who are coming and talking to our children. They're coming and doing activities. We go for visits. So just last week, our children, they went to the fire station. Something that happens also in general schools. So in special schools, through these activities, we are moving towards inclusion. We are giving them access to all the learning experiences that are possible. Then we are using graphic organizers. Graphic organizers, visual. And in graphic organizers, it is written. So those who want to read, they are getting in writing. So this is a graphic organizer with words. There is another organizer which has just pictures. So it is purely for visual. This is visual reading, writing. Next. Names of vehicles, finger tracker tracing. Visual, reading, writing, kinesthetic. Copywriting. As yet, because this child, she is yet not at the level of writing. Whereas the other one, Ali, he is at the level of writing. So we are, again, differentiating instruction to provide for the preferred learning style interventions. This is a video. Play होतो है का बना? Yeah, so this is a video I would like you all to watch. Okay, I think there is some technical problem. I'll tell you what this video is. In this video, we have a co-teacher. So again, look at it. We are talking inclusion. We are talking differentiation. We are talking increased supports as required. One teacher, that's the lead teacher, Ariba. And this is Kalyani. She is the lead teacher. She is a support teacher for this particular class. Ariba provides instruction in English. And Kalyani, she provides instruction in Marathi and Hindi. Okay, so even in terms of language, we are using so auditory and differentiation. Yeah, they were doing vehicles, modes of transport, and as the video progresses, if at all you get a chance, I don't know if it's going to work ever, but you will see kinesthetic activity. They go doing juk, 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 around. There is a song which is being sung. They are writing through peer support, all of that. So this is a part of EVS under the theme transportation, and you have seen the N number of activities that were done, which were all in sync with the VARK modalities. Next. It's okay. Okay, so I'm just sharing this one resource with you. This is a major resource that I looked at, and that is where your questionnaire is also from. This is a beautiful website. So you may scan and access it. And you will, as you go through this website and you start looking at theme-based lessons, theme-based teaching, you will see how inclusion is not going to be very far away. So that was that from my side. Any thoughts, any questions? I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
Online students, if you all have any question, please do ask.
Any questions from participants here in the hall?
Anyone is having any question?
As part of our B.Ed curriculum, we did a theme-based, just had it in written. We had it in our blue book where we took one theme and mapped it to 5 different subjects. 5 subjects. So one of my questions would be, is it necessary to relate it to all the subjects taught in school, or a maximum of 3-4 is okay?
I think many a time, these decisions are made by the school. So, and because you're a part of that system, you need to adhere to it. But if it is not something which is, enforced by the school, then you may start with just 2 or 3 and helping the students to see the connections across. Now, like for example, here we did not get into, or we did not explore the art craft part of it. We did not get into the games or the PE part of it. But that eventually we will do it. Because even we were just trying it out, whether it's going to work, not going to work. And most of because, as I said, we were looking at our children who have special needs. So for them, to be able to see whether the learning outcomes are being achieved. For us, it takes a little longer time to see. But we did see, because we mapped, and we found that students' engagement had increased. For every lesson, they were giving a feedback. Some students who could verbally tell, they were giving verbal feedback. Those who could give an oral feedback were given oral feedback. We were also giving them rating scales with emojis. So those who were not able to read, they were coloring. And I think that is a big thing, to be able to see and ensure that they are with you. Can I have that, the comparison that their learning is the same as learning of children without disabilities? Well, you cannot compare apples and oranges.
Yes.
But were we able to reach out to all of them through their preferred modalities? Yes. Were we able to see increased motivation? Yes. Were we able to see decreased behavioral problems? Yes. And I think that's inclusion.
Also, one more question would be, one more question would be, like we saw earlier, for example, I don't lean towards visual. I'm more into reading, or I saw from the questionnaire that kinesthetic or oral also. So how do I, as a teacher, ensure that I include my visual modality also, although I don't lean towards it?
So now you are going to change your focus from you to the students. So once we have mapped and we say that, okay, what are going to be the activities that I'm doing, you will literally put it down that this is an activity which is going to help support the visual side. Like the examples I gave you, it looked like an activity, but we were ensuring that the activity is done, because some activities were highly visually orientated, some of them were visually reading, writing oriented, some of them were visual and kinesthetically orientated. So you list the activities and you map it. So once you're able to map, you will find that you are gravitating towards certain more than the others. And according to me, once you are aware that this is something which is happening because of your personal bent, you will change. You will start looking for activities which are
different from my own.
Yes. Another thing, do not shy away from collaborating with your co-teachers. Inclusion can happen only with everyone. It can't happen all alone. So it could be formally done, it could be done at the personal level, but it's possible. Like for example, you know that you are orienting towards the visual or maybe the kinesthetic, but you know that she is high on auditory. Collaborate.
Yeah.
As simple as that. It works.
Even otherwise, I think collaboration is necessary. We have to relate subjects. One team, and I'm a language teacher and somebody else is a science teacher. So on. So co-teaching.
So co-teaching, absolutely. Co-teaching, team teaching is the way to go. So I feel that for inclusion, apart from just looking at what we need to do with the students, we need to see how we as teachers empower ourselves and build on the competencies which are required for inclusion. If it happens at both the ends, inclusion is not far away. Okay. Thank you so much.
As much as we
can hear the claps. It is a testament that the session held here was extremely powerful and you all are moved by it. Any one of you would want to give a feedback or say something to ma'am, your experience about how you felt in the session? Anybody? Anyone would want to give a feedback?
Firstly, I would like to thank you, ma'am, for your valuable time coming here and teaching us so many things. It was a very insightful session. I think I'm quite new to this whole field of education, like teaching from a teaching point of view. So I definitely got a lot to learn. The many new concepts were introduced here, and I would like to put it into practice definitely. So thank you once again for all that you have shared today. Thank you.
I want to say something. Even though I was not here, I was online attending the whole session. And the last bits of photographs that ma'am shared, my own son who is autistic, is 7 years old. Whatever ma'am has shown here, the same thing goes on at our place. Me collaborating with the therapist, occupational therapist, with the speech therapist, with the shadow teacher, and myself. So one whole month there is a particular theme that we want or a life skill we want him to attain. So we all together, plus the daycare person who looks after him, we all together do the same thing that ma'am has explained. Everything. So things go beyond classroom also, and each and every day I am learning from my child that there are so many different ways to teach a single topic. That is what you all must have witnessed today. So I was actually so happy that sometimes, like for me, it is learning by doing every day. And you all are getting to experience. I have been exposed a few years back to such kind of things, it would be more easier for me as a parent and as an educator to cater to my own child. So things are getting different, things are getting evolved. Please evolve with it. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How's the session? Very nice. Okay. It is an absolute honor and privilege to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed resource person, Dr. Apurva Panchikar, Assistant Professor, Department of Special Education, SNAT Women's University, Mumbai. Dr. Panchikar, your insightful session on work, learning styles, and inclusive education has been truly enlightening. Your deep understanding of diverse learning needs and your expertise in special education have provided us with valuable strategies to create an inclusive and effective learning environment. Your ability to connect theoretical concepts with real world applications has not only enriched our knowledge but also inspired us to embrace diverse teaching methodologies. The emphasis on catering to visual, auditory, reading, writing, and kinesthetic learners has given us a fresh perspective on ensuring that no student is left behind in the learning process. We extend our sincere gratitude for conducting a highly engaging and interactive activity-based workshop. Madam's innovative approach of using colored tiles in her PPT to illustrate the topic was truly engaging and effective. Yes? Emphasize on the importance of respecting, valuing, and involving children in the learning process resonated deeply with us. Examples of different students and concept of visionary age in one classroom were particularly insightful. A special thanks to our management, our in charge principal of B.Ed College, Mrs. Savita Upasni Madam, workshop coordinator, assistant professor, Mrs. Rachna Das, and my dear faculty colleagues, assistant professor Dr. Kavita Kamble and assistant professor Subhi Sona, and all lovely participants for their enthusiastic involvement in making this session a success. Once again, thank you, Dr. Apurva Panchikar, for your invaluable contribution. We look forward to future interactions and collaborations. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Now I request Assistant Professor Subhi Sona to continue the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratika ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are feeling energetic after all the activities that we got to do, after such a wonderful and eye-opening session that we witnessed. Yes, we are aware of so many things, but still we are not aware of them. That's what I can say. Thank you so much, madam, once again. It's now time to introduce our second speaker for the day. It is with great pleasure and pride, actually, for me to introduce her, Dr. Arpita Bhatia Burman. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Burman is an inspiring visionary education leader, an innovative learning architect, and a dedicated empowerment facilitator with over 17 years of rich professional experience in the field of education. Her journey has been nothing short of remarkable, trust me. I have read her detailed resume recently with an impressive background that spans across adult learning, curriculum design for children, and teacher education. Dr. Burman has been instrumental in designing transformative interventions that enhance academic learning, life skills, employability, financial literacy, and active citizenship, amongst others. She is a true advocate for bridging the gap between education and real world application, ensuring that learning is not just theoretical but also empowering and impactful. Dr. Burman's expertise lies not only in her deep knowledge of education policies but also in her commitment to fostering an environment where learners, whether they are students, teachers, or community members, can thrive. Her work has had a profound impact across various organizations, including Magic Bus India Foundation, Desh Apnaye Sahyog Foundation, and New Resolutions India's Bright Future, where she is currently the program's head, and has led number of initiatives that connect education to job opportunities and community transformation. A PhD holder in education from the University of Mumbai, Dr. Burman's dedication to research and lifelong learning shines through in her numerous papers, seminars, and workshops. She has been recognized with prestigious awards such as Rashtriya Vidya Samman Puruskar and the Best Educator Award at the Women Achiever Awards 2024. Please give her a big round of applause. Furthermore, her passion for inclusive education, leadership development, and peace building resonates in her diverse work, ranging from curriculum design to capacity building for both in service and pre service teachers. As we gather here today to discuss the NEP 2020 and NCF 2023, we are privileged to hear from someone whose experience and insights will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of how these frameworks will shape the future of India and its education. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Arpita Bhatia Burman, a true champion of educational transformation and empowerment. I now request our worthy principal, Mrs. Savita Upasani Madam, to felicitate Arpita ma'am with a token of gratitude. Without further ado, it's time to hand over the mic to Dr. Arpita Madam for an enriching and enlightening session on teaching that cares, holistic lesson design for every learner. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes.
Madam, we don't need the mic. If I'm not audible, please let me know. Oh, okay, sorry. So we also have online participants. I'm so sorry. Okay, for the participants who are here, uh, yeah. So for the participants who are here, I also see that all of you been sitting for quite a while, right? Let's have some movement. You remember our teachers in primary, secondary school? How did they bring movement in class? Hands up, hands down. There was something like once a teacher comes, we all stand up, use to wish. ये सब exercise कराने के तरीके थे. Actually, let's do a quick stand sit, but with a twist. I think even the online participants can do it. The presentation. Okay, so if I say sit, you have to stand. Okay, if I say stand, you have to sit. Stand. Even the online participants can stand sit, okay, in their respective places. I hope you're doing it well. I trust you. Sit, stand, stand, sit, stand, sit. Okay, we'll do faster now, okay? Sit, sit. Pay attention. Stand, stand, sit, sit, stand, stand. Feeling energized? Yes. Yeah. So, you can leave your bags, phones, etc. down. I only want one pen and paper with you. I'll tell you, I am a core teacher. It's for a very beautiful introduction. Thank you so much. After a very long time, I was hearing somebody giving such an elaborate introduction about me. I really am really honored. Thank you so much taking me through my journey. I started my journey as a school teacher. I'm still a core teacher at heart. And I believe if we keep our core of a learner, we be the best of teachers and facilitators. So if your core is of learner,
We try.
a student, Rachna is my student, and for her to remember me and call me for a session, I think that's the greatest award I get. Or anytime any of the student calls and tells me, ma'am, can you come to my school? Can you do this for us? It's like the biggest compliment you get from your students. So that is where I think the whole crux of the session title is there, teaching that cares. That's the name of the session, right? So take a moment, think of one teacher in your life or one learning experience in your life. If you have more than one, take a moment, remember that learning experience, that teacher, and reflect, why do you remember them? Or what was so special about that learning experience that you still remember it? Okay? You can write it down in your book. Write down. Everybody can write down.
I hope the online participants are also able to hear. So you can also write down. So learning experience that has touched you and why do you remember it? Written? The importance is why do you remember it? So I'm sure you've written by now. If one of two of you would like to share, why do you remember it? We don't want to know your learning experience. But what was so different about those umpteen learning experiences that you've had in your life that you remember this particular experience? So why do you remember it if anyone can share? Yes.
He had this taught in class at the time. And there was lots of formulas, sine theta, cos theta, tan theta. I didn't remember all that whole number of formulas, and he had written me very badly, very badly. And from then onwards, I have realized that apart from just rote learning, how we have to understand what is the meaning of that sine theta and cos theta, what is the tactics so that we can learn from it. There onwards, I have developed that I will make sure that I will make the children, without the punishment, I will make them to learn, to have the trust, that the same thing that they want to learn, they have the interest. I want to build the interest in them so that they can learn by themselves, not with the help of me or not by the help of any other educator, they learn by themselves. That is the main thing I have learned from this.
Great. So you remember this teacher because of a negative experience he brought in your life, because of the rote learning. That excellent point. I would have loved if this would have been a second or a third.
Apart from this punishment, but I have got 98 in my final term examination out of 100.
Superb. So she remembers the teacher because of the kind of a learning that he was forcing, which she doesn't want to. And that's left an imprint on her that I don't want to be such kind of a teacher. Great. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Mamta. I want to share my experience of my history teacher. You know, history was never my favorite.
Which class?
I'm talking of long back because I'm like, done my graduation long back. But I'm talking about my history teacher in 8th standard. History was never my favorite, but his storytelling, he used to express his history stories in such a great manner. It used to left us imagine, and he used to make it so descriptive that we used to imagine the whole, be it, War of Independence or be it the revolt, 1857. We could understand, and even remember the dates at times. His storytelling was such.
Superb. So she also remembers her teacher because of a certain kind of a teaching style that teacher had, said the storytelling technique long ago, but she carries it still. Anyone else wants to come in? Yes. This side? Anyone from the online participants? If we can check. Kind, okay. Anything else? Anyone who has written?
Hello, my name is Reshma. I want to share about my maths teacher.
She was my maths teacher from class 4 till class 8. She was such a skilled person, you know. She used to teach such simple tricks that was literally very useful, and I use it to teach my kids also. So, and her beautiful smile.
Oh, smile, very nice.
Yeah. So, kind, smile, teaching techniques, the behavior that the teacher carries. Anyone else? You know, I remember one of my B.Ed teachers. Uh, she was a very old teacher, Dr. Meenakshi Puri. She used to teach at DGET College of Education. Why do I remember her? When she was teaching us, she must be above 60. She was a very thin, frail lady, but she used to walk in. She used to every day have matching pearl necklaces to her dresses. If anybody knows, I can see her. So, you know, she'll find blue color pearl, purple color pearl, matching. And abhi to hum bahut advanced hai, we have mics, etc. She used to speak so softly. That used to be class where we could hear the pin drop. Like every one of us used to be so quiet because we want to hear what she is talking to us. She used to teach us school management. But that impression of her dressing is still very fresh in my mind. This is also long ago. It's very, very fresh in my mind. So the teacher's dressing also at times, the way she's carrying herself along leaves an imprint, right? You can remember it. Any other things? Yes.
Since you mentioned how a teacher carries herself, there are very clear impressions of two of my English teachers whose language was impeccable, and also the way that they would carry themselves. One of the teachers I remember was Mrs. Hemlata Hongar in the 6th standard, and from the 7th to the 9th we had Mrs. Malti Kalmadi. I studied in Pune. So she was one of the trustees, but she was also teaching us the way she carried herself and her English. So that is what that is why I remember these two teachers.
Very nice. You take one last response from you.
हाय मायसेल्फ तृप्ती पवार आणि मी मराठीच बोलणार आहे कारण ते शिक्षक इतके भारी आहेत की त्यांच्याबद्दल मी मराठीत जास्त सांगू शकते. मुळात माझं शिक्षण 15वी पर्यंत व्यवस्थित झालं आणि जशी मी 15वीला गेले तेव्हा आम्हाला केमिस्ट्री सब्जेक्ट होता, जसं सायन्स बॅकग्राऊंड आहे आणि केमिस्ट्री म्हटलं त्यातलं ऑर्गॅनिक केमिस्ट्री म्हणजे सगळ्यांचा असा डोक्याला थोडासा त्रास देणारा प्रकार. पण मला एक केमिस्ट्रीसाठी एक सर भेटले. ते आमचा 150चा कॉलेज क्राऊड होता आणि ते क्लासेस घ्यायचे आणि आम्ही सगळे 150 स्टुडंट संध्याकाळपर्यंत क्लास. बट त्यांनी वर्षभरात कधीही चॉकबोर्ड वापरला नाही. विदाउट चॉकबोर्ड यूज करता ऑर्गॅनिक केमिस्ट्री त्यांनी शिकवलं आणि ती केमिकल रिॲक्शन कशा लर्न करायचं इथपासून ते सगळ्या प्रोसेस. म्हणजे त्या वर्षी माझा पर्सेंटाइल 9.2 चा होता. इतका कमाल पद्धतीने आजपर्यंत ऑर्गॅनिक केमिस्ट्री शिकवलेलं मी कुठे पाहिलं. आणि आज मी त्या जेव्हा मेथड्स वापरते तेव्हा मुलं किंवा माझे स्टुडंट सुद्धा मला फीडबॅक देतात, ऑर्गॅनिक केमिस्ट्री पहिल्यांदा मी लर्न करते. आता इंजिनिअरिंगला गेलेली मुलं सुद्धा हे सांगतात की मॅडम बाकीच्या मुलांचा केमिस्ट्रीचा स्कोर डाऊन आहे, पण आमचा हाय राहतो कारण आम्हाला केमिस्ट्री लर्न कसं करायचं हे माहिती. त्यामुळे आता जे टीचिंग मेथड बद्दल आपण बोलतोय की वेगळ्या शिकवण्याच्या पद्धती असू शकतात, त्याच्यामध्ये विदाउट चॉकबोर्ड सुद्धा शिकवलं जाऊ शकतं. ही एक मेथड नक्कीच मला लाईफ टाइम लक्षात राहते.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing. See, it's all coming down to our teaching, the style that our teacher takes, right? And that is what is leaving an imprint in our life. Any online participant who wants to share?
No, I have already taken.
Okay, great. So, you've seen this is what has left a memory to you, right? Towards the end, we'll circle back to these teachers and we'll figure out how do they or what do you want to keep with them as your commitment when we go. So we'll just go a bit ahead and come back to this same experience again. So you know what has happened? All the experience that you told, they were mostly from your school time, college time, few years ago, right? But they have imprints on your life. Nowadays, we say we are in 21st century. We have been talking so much about Gen Z, millennials at work, Gen Z at work. We have, from this year onwards, we also have a new generation in our lives, Generation Beta. You are aware about it?
No, this is B. Alpha is over. Alpha was still last. Now we are into beta. अभी जनवरी से जितने भी बच्चे पैदा होंगे ना, वो जेन बीटा होंगे. जेन अल्फा ही एक बड़े कदम आगे है. If you all have younger kids, I have a 3.5 year at my home. I used to very passionately teach Vygotsky, Piaget, Kohlberg, and now when I had to go through her, no, I was feeling मैं ही अपनी theory और लिख दूँ इंडिया की तरफ से, you know. That feeling was so strong. I was finding it at times that what is this generation, you know? Every day I admire and wonder with her. But I like learning with her. That is what keeps me alive. So when we have these so many generations, it is not going to stop only in your schools. It is also at workplace. It's also with all of you. So you are going to go and deal with these generation alphas in school. And our B.Ed college also has to upgrade ourselves to take care of this generation alpha. And that is where this is what this generation is taking us. It's no longer just a learner जो आता है, teacher को respect करता है, जो teacher पूछती है, वो सुनता है, बताता है और चला जाता है. नहीं, अभी का जो learner है, उसके साथ भी tell them that we have to connect to their head, their heart, their hand. That is the most, from yours, your listening, hand, heart and head approach. Still going on. It's a learner we want who has to be self-directed, wants to be innovative, has to be in line with technology, is a collaborator. So this is what today's learner is all about, isn't it? Along with other various diverseness that you see that they bring in terms of their abilities, they bring in terms of their language, they bring in terms of their cultures. Have you thought what kind of diverse classroom we are currently, right? All of us are different, no? And we're all trying to take back a similar learning. For this kind of learner, we definitely have to become teachers who are able to cater all of this. So एक teacher वो गुरु है जो आके बात करता है. We came long ahead of it, right? So we want the teacher to be a relationship builder. We want the teacher to be a learner. हमेशा से ही चाहिए था, but अभी तो ज़्यादा learner है. Unlearn, relearn, what learn? I think only learner is what we want them to become. We want the teacher to become inclusive, take care. We want the teacher to become reflective, network, innovator. अगर आपको innovator बच्चा बनाने हैं, उसके साथ करना है, तो teacher को भी innovator होना है. Leader, storyteller, designer, artist. We want all of this. A teacher should be. But is it only this new generation that we want they become like this? Like the teachers who are just passing out? Or is it all the teachers that we want have to become like this? All the teachers. So teachers who have even passed their B.Ed, say in 2000 or in 1984 and are still teaching, we want even them to become all of this. Possible? Yes? How is it possible? What is that one core element that makes it possible? Flexibility? Okay. Sorry, come again.
If we give the flexibility to the teacher, we cannot. Then he had the or she had some feel that they can shrine there, they can go there, they can just enhance their ability. But there is no kind of flexibility in school. That is almost constant. There is so many constant.
टीचर को फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी देनी पड़ेगी या टीचर को फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी खुद लानी पड़ेगी? कोई और देगा हमें?
क्या होता है कि आज मैं बोलूंगी कि चलो आज क्लासरूम के बाहर जाके सिखाते हैं, देन प्रॉब्लम वहाँ पे होता है कि प्रिंसिपल अलाउ नहीं करता.
पर अभी तो एनईपी ही बोल रहा है ना क्लास के बाहर जाके पढ़ाओ.
Only theoretical, not in the practical mode in many circumstances.
Think flexibility. It is not in the hands of only the school. There is a very important particular person that is you there. What else? Flexibility के अलावा? Adaptability. Okay. Keep learning. Self-evolution.
कीपिंग अपडेटेड, सेल्फ इवोल्यूशन, कीपिंग अपडेटेड, अडेप्टेबिलिटी, ये सब किसके ऊपर, किस चीज, व्हाट इज द क्रक्स देयर? लर्निंग, नो? So it takes you back to being a learner. Was the guru of those ancient times not a learner? Was a learner? तो टीचर कौन होता है? तो ये स्लाइड के साथ साथ जो प्रीवियस वाली स्लाइड थी, could we go to the previous slide? Does it also apply to the teacher? So when the teacher becomes of this mindset, no, that I am a forever learner, if I have to take care of a student where I have to do all of this with the student, I have to do that first. And हमें ऐसा लगता है, I'm sure जब मैंने उन्हें कहा कि it is us in terms of, कईयों को लगा होगा कि हम हैं वो flexibility जो हम अपने students के लिए लेके आते हैं. I wanted to bring movement in this class, right? Did I take you out? Did I take you out of the class? How did we get movement in the class? I figured a way. This was not in my lesson plan, वो stand set वाला activity. This was in your expressions that I could see that you desperately needed some movement. So as a teacher, I built in my lesson plan. I adapted. I brought that flexibility. So it's always us as a learner, if we stand here as learner, we have to learn to navigate the classroom that we are in. ऐसे लग रहा होगा ना कि she's just coming saying, trust me, I work in an NGO space. But doesn't mean I have not worked in this space. I have evolved and I have come here. So I've taught in school, a very good reputed school, Narsimonji School in Vinnipale. I've taught in B.Ed college for so many years. And even in my B.Ed classroom, it was always fun because it was fun for me. We used to play a lot of games in our classroom. We used to watch a lot of stuff in the classroom. And I think we should also play a game right now, because if I say I used to do all of those things and not do it here, it's not fair, right? She's not showing it to us. So let's play a game. I have not spent on this game. So when I say I'm a combination of education plus development sector, social sector teaches you कि आपको frugal होना पड़ता है. ऐसे नहीं है हमारे पास. गांव में है हम, कुछ पढ़ा रहे हैं, तो जो है ना उसी से पढ़ाएंगे. तो गेटिंग, ये मैं क्यों लेके आ रही हूँ, हम बॉम्बे में भी रहते हैं ना, आपको कोई भी स्कूल पैसे नहीं देगा आपका लेसन प्लान का चीजें बनाने के लिए. कुछ अच्छे स्कूल में जाओगे ना तो they may have some charts, things available. They will say you want to do innovation, do it with your money or do it without money. So a teacher has to care for oneself also. ऐसा नहीं है ना मैं अपना पूरा सैलरी इनोवेशन में ही लगा दूंगी because I am a fabulous teacher, है ना? So let's just try. You heard the game bingo? Yes. I want to be on time. So what I'll do is, if you have not heard, I will show you how the game runs. So ऐसा एक bingo कार्ड अपने बुक में बनाइए. So if you see, there are, make it big enough that you can write words inside. पूरा पेज यूज करना. 5 columns, 5 boxes का column है और 5 boxes horizontally. So it's a 25 squares that you will get. 5 by 5 का square बनाना है. And I will tell you, you can play this in any of the subjects. Huh? English, science, history, social studies, whatever you teach, you can play this game. Just need to know what you are trying to attain out of it. Please make the squares big enough that we can put in some sentences or some words in it. Words, not sentences. Rachna, can you please check with the online participants if they are making this bingo square? Five vertically, five horizontally.
I hope online participants can see. Can I get a thumbs up? Yeah. Thank you.
Done? Now I'm going to give you flexibility. I have identified few words. Okay. You have your own choice to fill in this bingo card. See, bingo क्या होता है? हमें हाउसी खेला है सबने, करेक्ट? तो वैसा ही होता है. हाउसी में हम नंबर बुलाते हैं और आप कैंसिल करते हो. बिंगो में क्या होगा अभी यहाँ पे? आई आस्क यू विल मेक योर ओन बिंगो कार्ड. In this case, because I, as a teacher, have choose it like that. So you make your own bingo card, and then we'll have some clues, and you will cancel the words that you've written. Whosoever finishes a B or I or N first, like all your words come and you have finished, then you can say my B is done, my N is done, like that. Okay, we'll not wait for everyone to finish the entire 25. We'll take it row wise. So we have more winners, more rewards. Okay. तो बहुत मेहनत नहीं करवानी थी आपसे मुझे, तो मैंने ना ये कुछ कुछ वर्ड्स आपके लिए लिख के रखे हैं. आप यही वर्ड्स लिख सकते हैं एनी वे में. अगर आपको इन्हीं वर्ड्स का कोई सिनोनिम या कोई और वर्ड भी लिखना है जो इससे मिलता जुलता है, यू कैन राइट दैट एज वेल. समझा? ये कितने वर्ड्स है? अबाउट 30 वर्ड्स है, राइट? 35 वर्ड्स है ये. आपके पास एक वर्ड में बीच में स्टार था बिंगो कार्ड में, तो वो वर्ड फिल्ड है, मैजिक वर्ड है. ठीक है? Just previous slide. Excuse me. You have these other columns, squares which are vacant, right? You have to make your bingo ticket. हाउसिंग में नंबर्स लिखे होते हैं ना, इस बिंगो में आपको ये वर्ड्स डालने हैं. यहाँ पे आप किसी भी रैंडम ऑर्डर में डाल सकते हो, आपका चॉइस है. ठीक है? ये लक का गेम है. यहाँ पे किसी भी रैंडम चॉइस में कोई भी जो वर्ड्स इसमें दिए हैं, आपको 24 जो वर्ड्स पसंद है आप इन ब्लॉक्स में अपने हिसाब से डाल सकते हो. Go to the next slide please now. हाँ, अपने हिसाब से करिए. You have the choice. You make your own ticket. Check online if they've understood what to do. All 24 blocks will have words. Single word. One word in one block. Like one entire word, you know. Good one.
Ma'am, one word in one square.
Classroom management, pedagogy, learning goals. If anyone has any doubt, they can raise your hand. I'll come to you and help. Done? I hope you've heard these words. Huh? My B.Ed vocabulary says that आपको ये सारे words आने चाहिए. एक आधा नहीं आता होगा तो चल जाएगा. But कम से कम 90% words आने चाहिए. हो गया? 2 minutes. देखो ये लिखते लिखते थोड़ा हंसी मजाक करना इज अलाउड. इतना फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है. वरना वो गेम भी अगर हम इतने स्ट्रिक्ट होके बात क्यों किया ऐसे कराएंगे ना तो that care is gone for a toss. Yeah, somebody said na some of the teacher was very angry when they used to teach. So game खिलाते हुए ना we'll have to take care that we are not angry. Our body language. All right. हो गया? अब तो 2 minutes भी हो गया. How excited are you to play this game? Very much. Are all of you excited? नहीं भी हो तो बोल सकते हो. खेलना तो फिर भी पड़ेगा. Option नहीं है. But that's okay. You know, it's very okay to have in your class a learner saying, "Ma'am, I don't like this game." And till as teachers, हम वो जिगर नहीं build करेंगे ना to hear this kind of feedback. I once designed a very beautiful activity, and I went to this small place in Goa to ask for a feedback. While 7-8 children told, "Beautiful activity, we loved it." There was this one boy sitting there. Said, I didn't like the activity at all. And he stood up and he told me this, I didn't like it at all. And उसके जो जितने friends थे सब बोल रहे थे, चुप बैठ, sit down. But when we told him that no, you can share, that is why we have come. They gave us brilliant ideas how we could redesign this activity for them in their context. We as designers learned so much there, and we came back. And we heard them. That person came to us after their class and said, मैम ऐसा होता है क्या? टीचर को बोल सकते हैं कि नहीं मतलब नहीं अच्छा लगा? फिर हाँ बोल सकते हैं. फिर खाली एक बार टीचर को थोड़ा साइड में जाके पहले बोलने का ट्राई करना. Because you never know ना, maybe that government school doesn't allow this kind of feedback taking very kindly, and I don't want him getting thrashed or something like that. But see, this is how the classroom should be. This is what it is about, designing for all learners. Having that thing, again, it is to us as teachers, are we open for feedback? मैंने पढ़ाया तो पत्थर की लकीर नहीं ना? So we have to be open. By now I hope everyone has done their bingo cards. Chalo, let's play this game. What we'll do, no? I have some prompts. Okay? We'll discuss those prompts and then you can cancel those words in your bingo cards. Another flexibility here. ये आपका perception है, आपका learning है. मैं आपको spoon feed नहीं कर रही हूँ कि ये जो prompt है वो यही word बताता है. If you have a justification that नहीं अर्पिता ये word भी ये concept भी बताता है चीज, so I am okay with it. Okay? So let's take the first prompt. How many of you have heard the Thirsty Crow story? Everyone? Super. Clap for yourself. Actually, this is also a way that we do event. Teacher clap नहीं principal allow करेगी ना? We can do silent claps. ये स्कूल में होता है. कैसे कराते हैं? Silent claps, right? हमें क्या चाहिए था? Clap. मिल गया. Okay. So this is the Thirsty Crow story. We all know he goes, he wants to have water. We all know this, right? Now, I don't want this end. I don't like this crow putting these pebbles and bringing the water up. What can be a different way to drink water? Think.
By using straw.
Straw. Okay, straw is one way. Any other way? हाँ हाँ बोलो. उसको पलट भी सकता है. घड़ी को कर दे, पलट दे और ओ वेरी नाइस. पत्थर को अंदर क्यों डाला? ब्रेक द पॉट ऊपर से. वेरी नाइस. और कुछ? जोर से क्या बोल रहे हो? He jumps inside the pot itself. Okay, very nice. वो तो मिल नहीं रहा था, बट ठीक है, यहाँ नहीं है, जगह ही छोड़ दो, रीलोकेट हो जाओ, दूसरी जगह चले जाओ. वेरी गुड. What else the crow could do? ऐसे कुछ और क्रोस की मदद भी ले सकते थे ना, तो इतने ब्रिलियंट आइडियाज भी आ जाते. अकेला अकेला एक सोल्यूशन निकलने के लिए गया. Go for some.
Other drink, no water also.
Water ही छोड़ दो. Very good. Go for some other drink. That is also nice. उसके पास ऐसे रेस्टोरेंट का लाइन नहीं था, but that's also good thinking. Okay. So ये crow हम सबका one kind of knowledge है. Now go look at your bingo card, and you have to think which are the words you want to strike off from your bingo cards. Through this prompt, ये prompt के मिलते जुलते ऐसे क्या words थे जो आप strike off कर रहे हो? You can strike off as many as you want. एक नहीं हाँ. But you have to give a reason if you are striking more than 2. Only 2. If you are striking more than 2, we'll limit it to 3. Done? Why do you think it's problem solving? Everyone agrees it's problem solving? Now you can't strike off. हाँ, अभी तक जितना strike off कर लिया उतना ही. Problem solving is her prompt that she has cancelled off. Anyone else who's done problem solving strike off? Okay. No, problem solving किसी और ने किया? Strike off? Quite a few. It's a very popular word. Okay. Anyone? Creative thinking. Critical thinking. Okay. Active learning. How many have done active learning? Active learning किसने किया? क्यों किया active learning? कैसे था active learning? खुद दिमाग लगाया, एप्लीकेशन किया, इसके लिए वो एक्टिव लर्निंग पे गया. वेरी गुड. देखो सबको नहीं लगा ये एक्टिव लर्निंग है, कुछ को ही लगा. ठीक है. Learning environment is very obvious. Any unobvious clue that we have striked off from here? Fun. This wasn't fun, I am sure. This wasn't fun for the crow, was it? He was not having fun. Let's not cancel fun on this one. Next slide, please. Okay. Let's play this. This is a very popular movie. I don't know of my generation. 3 Idiots. Let's play this movie. मुझे अभी का नहीं करना था क्योंकि you can play directly. So see, I was also prepared that नहीं होगा तो मैंने वीडियो भी लाया है. That's teacher preparedness. 3 Idiots. It's okay. No, go back there. Just play the PPT from the pen drive so it will work better. For now, you can. Yeah. So this is that scene. It's okay. You can keep on seeing. We are not wanting to look at the scene. Just थोड़ा सा the focus is going to याद है? लर्निंग स्टाइल, ओके। फन, फन था ना, अभी आ गया फन। और लर्निंग एनवायरनमेंट, क्रिएटिविटी, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी। किसी ने प्रायर नॉलेज देखा क्या इसमें? किसी ने मार्क किया? Only one person. Do you think it was prior knowledge? How? Most of you have seen this movie, no? The prompt you were already aware of. We've just connected it to today's learning. And we'll do this connection a little while, after some while. Let's go on the next part of the slide. उसी में ना नीचे एक गेम और खेलते हैं, ठीक है? Which can also be fun. तो जैसे ये वर्ड है ना learning, ऊपर जो ऑरेंज में लिखा है, इसमें से ना मैंने क्या किया है, कुछ कुछ छोटे वर्ड्स बनाए हैं। लर्न, अर्न, 3 लेटर एंड मोर, ये सब लर्निंग के अंदर से ही आए हैं, है ना? यस। तो मैं आपको एक और वर्ड देती हूँ, पर वो वर्ड मैं आपको बताऊं उससे पहले यू हैव टू सेट अ गोल फॉर योरसेल्फ कि आप उस वर्ड में से ऐसे छोटे छोटे 3 लेटर एंड मोर कितने वर्ड्स बना पाएंगे, ठीक है? राइट दैट नंबर इन योर थिंग कि आप कितने, इफ यू वांट आई कैन टेल यू हाउ बिग दैट लेटर इज. It is more than 8-letter word. It is a more than 8-letter word. One word only I will give. So write in 1 minute how many such words you will be able to make. Write a target for yourself. लिखा? वर्ड गोल दिया ना, जो भी आपका नंबर है, बाजू में एक और नंबर लिखो. इस क्लास में सबसे हाईएस्ट कौन सा वर्ड लोग बना पाएंगे, कितने नंबर्स बना पाएंगे? काउंट. Which will be the highest count that anybody in the class can make. ठीक है? Now you are ready for the word? Activity समझा ना? नहीं समझा तो बाजू वाले को पूछ सकते हो अभी. समझा? ठीक है. आजू बाजू देखना मत. I really trust that आप लोग ये इंटीग्रिटी से करोगे. Ready? The word that we are going to do is experience. 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 Another 40 seconds. Ten seconds more. And at 1 we'll wrap up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Count the number of words you have made. Count how many words you've made.
No pressure. 11.
How many of you match the number of words that you've made? You had kept a thing that I'll make 3 words. How many of you matched it? Same number. Just 2. Even you've matched? No, same number. So you said 11 and you've made 11. So 1, 2, and 3. Online in participant. Anyone who has matched it? 1. 2 participants. Okay. How many of you made lesser number of words than you had aspired? Come on, raise your hand for us, Acha. Most of you. How many of you have made more words? No one has made more words. The ones who have made the same number of words. अगर आपने 3, 4, 5 लिखा है, वो अचीव कर लिया, उसके बाद और लिखने का अटेम्प्ट किया, पर आया नहीं. करो मतलब किया ही नहीं तभी, राइट? उधर रुक गए. टाइम खत्म हो गया, पर आप सोच रहे थे और वर्ड लिख सकते. अच्छा, एक और नंबर लिखा था ना हमने, एक और टारगेट. वो क्या था? हाईएस्ट नंबर. What is the highest number that you've written? 10? 7? Okay. Somebody's written 10, right? Who's written 10? Did you achieve 10? Did anyone else achieve 10? You achieved 10? Oh, so see, these guys have done. You've written 12 for yourself. You've achieved 11. So some of you who had written के class में जिसका highest होगा, इसमें एक और कैच है. आपने जो ये 10 लिखा था, उन्होंने कितना 10 लिखा है हाईएस्ट नंबर होगा क्लास का? आपका खुद का नंबर क्या है? 5. देखो पहले ही हमने जज कर लिया, क्लास में हाईएस्ट 10 लिखेगा, मैं तो 5 तक ही पहुंचूंगी. Right? You've written same? Superb. Same? How many of you have written same this number? Very nice. So you are at least having this hope कि मैं क्लास में टॉप वाला पर्सन हूँ. खुद का गोल सेटिंग है ये, राइट? अब सोचो, ऐसा गोल सेटिंग क्या आप अपने साथ साथ अपने आसपास के लोगों पे भी लेके जाते हो? खुद के बच्चे, खुद के हस्बैंड, खुद की मदर, खुद के फादर, खुद के स्टूडेंट्स, है ना? मैं यहाँ हूँ, तुम यहाँ जाओगे, मैं इतना ही पढ़ाने वाली हूँ, ये सारा तुम्हें खुद करना. Also goal setting. Some of you could have done more, some of you have been able to do less. So your goal setting also needs to be taken care, worked upon. Go back, look at your bingo card, see which are the words that match this prompt, and how does it apply to you as a teacher? Assessment, okay. Learning goals, well, very good. Self-reflection, superb. Evaluation. Okay. Let's just take a pause for a minute and go think back of a time जब बहुत सब लोग छोटे थे, मतलब पहले के टाइम पे. अभी तो सब अपने दीवारों के लिए बहुत कॉन्शियस होते हैं. तो हम लोग बच्चे की हाइट कैसे मापते थे घर में? वॉल पे मार्क करते थे ना. अभी तो नहीं करते, सबकी वॉल गंदी हो जाती है. तो क्या करते थे बच्चे को, जिनको नहीं पता है कॉन्सेप्ट, वी यूज्ड टू गेट द चाइल्ड टू स्टैंड अगेंस्ट द वॉल. हमारे पेरेंट्स ने शायद हमारे साथ किया है. हम ये मार्क करेंगे, फिर 4-5 महीनों के बाद वापस खड़ा करेंगे, और वो हमें वॉल पे दिखता है कि कब कब कब. कुछ लोग तो डेट भी लिखते थे, बैंकिंग वाले जो लोग होते थे पेरेंट्स, बाजू में डेट, इस अक्टूबर में यहाँ पे था, जनवरी में यहाँ पे. पर ये जब वो मेजर, ये जो प्रॉम्प्ट है, व्हाट आर वी डूइंग हियर, हाउ आर वी डूइंग टू चेक ऑन चाइल्ड ग्रोथ? उसका ग्रोथ हम किसके साथ चेक कर रहे हैं? Comparing with the previous of whom? Of the child itself. So how the child is growing, we are comparing with the child itself. How do we do it? Usually around score, A grade. हमने first, second, third 70-80% सब निकाल दिया. A grade, B grade. कुछ schools ने fancy system भी लाया, advanced learning, progressive learning, etc., etc. They give these kind of tags, right? Needs improvement. So there is also another prompt that you can look in through this, the words in the bingo cards. Which are the prompts that can come here? Feedback. What else? डाइवर्जेंट किसी का बिंगो हुआ नहीं अभी तक? किसी की कोई भी 5 लाइन वर्टिकली हॉरिजॉन्टली आई हुआ ना, तो बोला क्यों नहीं? अभी हुआ? अच्छा अभी हुआ. सो वी हैव वन विनर हु गॉट आई. तो एनी ऑफ यू हु थॉट कि ये तो हमारे पास ही सब कुछ है, फटाफट हो जाएगा, मेरे वर्ड्स है. It's taken say about 5-6 prompts that her word. Her one I has come. Anyone else? Online किसी का बिंगो हुआ? P कभी हुआ? प्रीवियस में हुआ था, अभी पता चला. ओके. आपका? उनका भी बी प्रीवियस में, आपका भी बी प्रीवियस में. ओके, तो बी हैज हैपेंड ट्वाइस, आई हैज हैपेंड. ओके, let's take 2 more prompts. One prompt that we can take is a video again. It's a very lovely video. It's an advertisement, a very old advertisement. Look at this. It's an advertisement, okay? Is it visible? I'll give you an online narration if it's not visible. There is this man. It's okay. There is this man. He's looking himself in the mirror. He has this lipstick in his hand. And he's applying the lipstick. So he's applying the lipstick. What do you think this prompt is about? Any idea? This man, he's applying lipstick. Inclusivity, okay. Anything else? कुछ और भी हो सकता है? चलो inclusivity नहीं है, कुछ और है. Emotional safety, culture, okay. Let's see further. Don't cancel right now. Just see the prompt. Okay. Hate incomplete story.
अरे फ्रांसिस जल्दी करो, चलो चलो.
He's a joker. वो अपना जॉब कर रहा है. A very regular man applying this thing for his drama on field. Lesson closure. Can also be something else. Can it also be set induction? Can it be set induction? Asking you.
Yes, ma'am.
You make your set induction so curious. It's such an incomplete thing that students are going to pay you attention next 20 minutes. क्या करने वाली है ये? या क्या करने वाला है ये, right? But lesson closure is the most popular one. There's one more video we will see and then we will go to the PPT back. Because just go back. It's the MB video. So this is also an advertisement that he'll play. Again, a very old advertisement.
Hey, you guys are having pizza, huh? Blue pizza. Pizza.
Not visible for the online participants. Okay. See the act till the end. We'll discuss both the prompts together.
We're out of the meeting.
Join करो.
Click the link now I've given you.
So no problem. Till he plays that video, we'll do another prompt. Um, just below, draw a picture of a house. Just draw a picture of a house. Till he connects, you can draw a picture of a house. You can make it as you please. This is your house. Done?
Hey, you guys having pizza? Huh? Blue? Pizza.
How many want to show your house? All same? Anyone has a different house? Online? सबके house triangle है. तीन सर्कल है. Let's look at this video. So we have the three prompts actually. Add, and there was this house activity. Bingo हो गया. G and O हो गया. See her, उसका दिमाग एकदम जल्दी से चल रहा है कि कंप्लीट कर लो. So B I G हो गया. किसी का N हुआ है? हाँ तो स्टार तो is like bonus. हो गया N. C B I N G O. All of you have Done, B-I-N-G-O. Some of you have done it. Okay, let's look at the prompts. What are the prompts that we remove from this? Bloom's taxonomy, how? Okay. Cultural difference था. So Bloom's taxonomy in terms of domain, यहाँ पे affective domain को हमने touch किया है. So we can say Bloom's taxonomy there. Emotional safety, it's not come very much out there, but कैसे बोलोगे? वो space मिला, caring, और कोई? Inclusivity, ये सब हमारे आसपास होता है ना? Actually real world connection है. और क्या आया था? कोलैबोरेशन कहाँ आया था? किस पॉइंट पे कोलैबोरेशन आया था? सब मिलके खाना खा रहे थे और एक जगह पे भी आया था. अच्छा, I showed 3. No, that was because of the technical error, but I'm glad you take it like that. So there was a collaboration that came when the mother was giving that roti tod ke half. She was teaching sharing, collaborating, and even the last thing ke you want to come and have your Hindi medium dabba hai.
Senior person eating from Hawal Bast.
So what was that? Actually, it is background कि हमें ऐसा लगता है ना कि कुछ लोग नहीं आएंगे हमारे डब्बे में, नहीं खाएंगे, कुछ ऊपर होते हैं, कुछ it's everyone has a it's again inclusion there as well. Anything else? We can say divergent thinking, learning both. For me, divergent thinking came more from that crow activity, you know. But for you, it can come from this as well. Okay, let's take this last. It's also a game. इसमें से कौन सा सही है इस prompt में? Which is the truth? The first or the second? ये truth है? How many say first? Okay, there are few who say second. How many say second? Why do you think that is? अरे एक तो choose करना ही है. It is not first and no. How you have to choose one. So content should connect to students' life. Somebody spoke about trigonometry in some while ago, right? Does trigonometry connect to our real life? Oh, it does. It does very, very much. ये जितने भी आर्किटेक्ट, इंजीनियर, वो जो बिल्डिंग का एलिवेशंस बना रहे हैं ना, वहाँ ट्रिग्नोमेट्री यूज करते हैं. जब हम गार्डन में जाते हैं ना, पता है कुछ स्लाइड्स में हम इजीली स्लाइड कर जाते हैं, कुछ स्लाइड में हम नहीं कर पाते हैं क्योंकि वो स्लाइड बनाने वाले ने ट्रिग्नोमेट्री अप्लाई नहीं किया. Absolutely, that is the reason. I am able to tell you because I am a mathematics teacher at core. I used to teach mathematics. So real life connection, everything that we study know in our books, in our content, has a real life connection. The teacher has not taken that thing. आगे किसी के बिंगो कार्ड में कोई वर्ड रह गया है? Lifelong retention, scaffolding, class management, student engagement रह गया? Think, prior knowledge रह गया? तो ये सारे जितने भी prompts अभी हमने दिए हैं ना, go back and see. prior knowledge हमने कहाँ cover किया? 3 Idiots में. Even Thirsty Crow आपका prior knowledge था ना, आज हमने अलग किया. Student engagement जब हम Thirsty Crow discuss कर रहे थे, वहीं पे हमने engagement के बारे में बात किया. Collaborating with others for different ideas. 3 Idiots की यहाँ पे classroom management आया. Engagement हो गया. कोई word बाकी है? Scaffolding and lifelong retention. Go back and think, what did Amir Khan was trying to teach? He was trying to say ना कि आप सिखाते कैसे हो? ऐसा सिखाओ कि मजा आए, याद रहे. आप अप्लाई तभी करोगे ना लाइफ में. So all of it, pedagogy was also covered in that. In fact, all the words that I had identified in my bingo slide covered there. So when you step back and see, all of these words that we've just written in our bingo cards are trying to connect each of these aspects. So every time as a teacher, when you sit and you design a session, what you have to go back and look at that lesson. Am I creating a safe space for my students? That is where your emotional connect will come. Is this learning experience going to teach them, affect them in their affective domain? Are we touching their heart? The next that you have to look at is their social development. Social can be as basic of you two talking with each other, the whole group talking. How engaged are you? What are those group assignments you can identify, project-based learning that you can do? Physical, is there any movement in your class? Are you also speaking about it? Is not immediately, not in every class you will be asking them to move, but are you even emphasizing the importance of their physical development? Why should you have healthy eating habits? Any subject that you pick up, you can actually make these connections. It's just you who has to drive this. Look at mental. So when we say mental, क्या हमारा जो पूरा पीरियड है उसमें से उनको हमने लाइफ के जो स्किल्स है वो हैंडल करने के लिए इनेबल किया. तो हमने ट्रिग्नोमेट्री सिखाया, बट सिखाया लाइफ में कहाँ कनेक्ट हो रहा है वो भूल गए हम सिखाना. हमने इंग्लिश सिखाया ऐसे लिखना, बट ये सिखाया कि ये ऐसे लिखते लिखते आप कितने रिफ्लेक्टिव हो सकते हो. एक्चुअली आपका मेंटल, इमोशनल, इंटेलेक्चुअल डेवलपमेंट सब इससे आ रहा है. हम सिंपल स्टोरी देख रहे थे ना, उससे आप सबका इंटेलेक्चुअल डेवलपमेंट हुआ ना. If you look at the whole content that we've done today, we saw videos that some of you have already seen before. We took up a story that some of you had already know before. We drew a house. Didn't we draw a house? Art is also covered, huh? So everyone has drawn a house before in life. And through all of these prompts, in this very class, we've learned the important components of a holistic lesson design. One element which is left is this. If we stay in our comfort zone as teachers, हाँ, ये टेक्स्ट बुक है, ये लेसन है, ये हमारा कंफर्ट जोन है, ये स्कूल का 30 मिनट्स है, ये सिखाना है, done. This is our comfort zone. If you really want to move beyond the teacher to all those experiences you all started in the beginning with, you remember? That is where the magic happens. You have to get out of your comfort zone. How will it happen? If it is not fun for you to teach, it is never fun to learn. I had a very good time doing the session, so I ensure that at least you would have a little bit good time doing this. Right? Every experience that we want to give to our learner should be a wow experience. Go to the next slide. Wow ना एक इमोशन है, एक फीलिंग है. ये कब आएगा? जब हम वो वाव के लिए डिजाइन करेंगे और वो मल्टीपली करना पड़ेगा. हमारे क्लास में डाइवर्स लर्नर्स है. लाइक सम ऑफ यू माइट बी ऑडिटरी लर्नर्स. तो रिमेंबर मैंने आपको एक स्टोरी बना के बताई, वो हम वॉल पे कैसे स्टूडेंट्स के साथ मेजर करते हैं, इवैल्यूएशन का प्रॉम्प्ट. Some of you must be a lot of visual learners, so we had videos. Some of you might be kinesthetic learners, so we were playing games. Right? Different learning styles we were trying to cover in this lesson itself. Because we wanted to learn that in our class, if we want to design for all kind of learners, only there is one person who's going to make a difference. That is you yourself as a teacher. And that is where we said you become a learner. I love watching that ad. I love the meaning it takes. I love watching the 3 Idiots clip. And that is why I take it to my class. So it's you, the teacher. If you start caring about yourself, about your students, You are going to design holistically for every learner you meet, irrespective of their level, from junior KG to principals, from underprivileged communities to धीरू भाई के बच्चे ले लो, कहीं पे भी जाओ, all kind of children. We just before this session we were speaking about specially able learning disability children as well. What really works there? बहुत अच्छा इंटेलेक्चुअल टीचर हो सकता है, बट अगर केयर नहीं कर रहा होगा ना, will fall flat. That is what leaves impression. I just want to show you one last video. I don't know if you have heard, if you've seen this. It's called The Last Call. Have you heard this? Have you seen this video movie? Just one last. It's a very beautiful movie where a child is trying to do something. I want to touch the emotional development component a little more. So just that movie and they'll wind up. Yeah? If any point where you feel that it's not leaving you a good sentiment, yeah, the last option. The movie is called Last Option. Has anyone seen this movie before? Have you shown them this movie anytime? Okay, it's a very beautiful movie. I believe every educator should see it at least once in their life.
Mahulog ang business yan, ni tamo atong. Nani ba nga tang dera kung tukiwa? Then Mom Sarsra, Olo TV, Athoy, TV,
So I think the video is very sensitive, very powerful in itself. I find it very powerful. I feel every educator, if they see this, they would realize the impact they have on their students, of every learner that you meet around, any setting. It's that. So when we say teaching that cares and designing a holistic lesson for all kind of students, see, it's not gonna happen in one lesson, but it's your everyday engagement. It is how you want to be there, be involved, and it is a very, very apt innovate. Each day you have to innovate for these learning experiences, integrate all that you have learned and all that you keep on learning around, and most importantly, inspire. Because that is what the power you hold as making a difference in anyone's life. Right? So thank you very much. Just in case you must be wondering that did I cover the brief? I did. just go up. So, go up. So I have covered all the aspects. I have covered all the aspects through the different kind of prompts we have for a holistic lesson design checklist. These are some of the components that we need to keep in mind: clear learning objectives, relevant content selection, engaging learning experiences, differentiated instruction, assessment and feedback, cultural and contextual relevance, reflective practice, and collaborative learning opportunities. I hope my lesson was holistic. These are the components that we keep in mind. Since we all played a beautiful game, bingo, game khela to prize hona chahiye na. So with your Rachna ma'am, I'm going to leave a movie. It is called the Ron Clark story. Ron Clark is a very well-known educator. If you have not seen this movie, you should as an educator. It's a beautiful story. I'll leave it with Rachna ma'am. She can give it to you. It's downloaded already. It also has subtitles. So in case your English has this thing, you can read. It's a very, very powerful movie. And really, Ron Clark is an embodiment when we speak about holistic learning design. So thank you very much. I hope I was able to give you a good, effective learning experience.
So anyone has any kind of questions that you want to ask ma'am? Anybody wants to ask any question? Online students, online participants, do you want to ask any kind of question? ऐसे कैसे करो? Online participants, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
No.
Did you feel bored?
No, ma'am.
I'm sure you must be hungry. No questions?
What is the star in the bingo?
Oh, bingo star is a reward. मुझे कितनी बोरिंग होती है ना, कईयों का एक नंबर से रह जाता है, फिर लाइन नहीं मिलता. To create a motivation, there is a star in the bit that you have at least one box which is filled. It's like a bonus reinforcement. And you can play bingo for any subject. You know, it's nobody would have thought I would have played it for this, but you can play it for any subject. Bingo is that interesting in it. By the way, if anyone has any questions even later on, you can reach out to Rachna. My email ID is very simple. arpitabhatia@gmail.com. You can even find me on LinkedIn. If you've not created yourself a LinkedIn profile, please do so. There are lots and lots of courses available on LinkedIn for teachers that you can learn through it, and they're free. You don't need to invest. Trust me, I have not invested a single amount of rupee for this session today, except my time, which I consider very valuable. But even if you keep yourself alive every day, when you look around, you will find your teaching resources there itself. You just have to be present, active learner out there. And you will find and make a very, very frugal lesson each time. You don't need to spend a lot of money for it.
Anyone wants to say something about the session that you just witnessed? Any thoughts, any ideas, any experience, any feedback?
थैंक यू मैम। अब मैं सुरभि सोना मैम को यहाँ पे अच्छा सच में इतना इंस्पायरिंग और एनर्जेटिक वर्कशॉप था। मुझे लगता है आप में से एक दो लोगों ने तो बोलना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि हर बार ऐसे होता है कि हम अलग सीखते रहते हैं, कुछ ना कुछ अलग सीखना, यही तो जीवन का ध्येय है ना। तो मैं आप सभी से चाहूंगी कि आपने आज क्या सीखा, उसका एक फीडबैक। एनीवन? यस चेतना मैम। So I will start with the last option clip that you showed. She saw that I was quite moved by it. Sorry. So my son had taken a break after the 12th, and he had gone to Kota to prepare for No, I'm fine. He's fine too. So, so he had taken a break, and he was in Kota for about 9-10 months. I'm sure all of us are aware of Kota's misrepute, ill repute to be. So that clip made me think of each single day when my husband and I, we were on pins. Of course, we trusted our values, and but you never know how a student will react to that particular situation. And since you're not there, you're on pins all day, every day, and for all those 9-10 months that he was there. So it's very important for a student, right from the school level, to know that ye nahi kiya, so it's not the end of the world. And now I'm seeing my younger one, he's not interested in the conventional engineering, law, jo bhi hai, medical to wo jayega nahi, I know. So we keep telling him, you don't have to follow Bhaiya's path. You have to follow in his footsteps. You do. So it's very important, even as teachers, कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग प्रेशर डालते ही हैं बच्चों पे। किसी ना किसी लेवल पे प्रिंसिपल से प्रेशर आ जाता है कि ये इतना आपको A grade लाना है, B grade जो भी है। I don't know yet. I have not yet joined school, but I'm sure कि teachers पे भी pressure होता होगा, which they eventually transfer to the students, जो नहीं होना चाहिए. I mean, I'm saying this as a parent. Maybe I'll say differently when I become a teacher. So feedback नहीं है मैम as such. आपका तो बहुत engaging session था, बहुत ज़्यादा engaging session था. We learned so much, And of course, the last point was very touching. Emotional development to खैर होना ही चाहिए. It's not only textbook. Unfortunately, in most schools आजकल वही होता है. It's just textbooks all the way. But yeah, emotional holistic development जो हर स्कूल अपने एडवर्टाइजमेंट में डालता है वो होना जरूर चाहिए. Thank you.
Anyone else from that side wants to give any feedback?
So firstly, ma'am, it was really a wonderful session. I thoroughly enjoyed. And from the start, stand, sit, say, leke, till the last option, you kept all of us like, completely engaged. So that was something which as a teacher and now being as a principal, I always look in my teachers and in my students, which I truly say sometimes it's missing. So when Rachna ma'am came and told she is my teacher, so yes, you are like really you are her student, and I'm proud that I'm your student, and I hope someday this continues. That these are the kind of teachers we are looking forward to. And thank you so much for investing your time and investing your energy in us. And we are very pretty sure most of us, those who have touched today and moved today, that we are going to make sure that we bring this change, because it all starts, as she said, with you. So it is somewhere we only have to start bringing that change from us, and then surely it will go further. So really a big thank you for all your time. It was really wonderful. Thank you.
थैंक यू. अब मैं प्रोफेसर सुरभि सोना मैम को इनवाइट करूंगी.
Good afternoon once again. I remember madam had started the session by asking one thing. तो मुझे भी बोलना है मैम. आपने पूछा था टीचर्स कौन से याद रहते हैं. I would share an example of somebody who I remember, but not because I admire what the person had said. So I was always a teacher student, which if I hope you understand, my mother was in the same school as a teacher. So I grew up in that environment where a lot of jealousy, a lot of comparison, a lot of pressure is always there. Later also in the life, throughout my graduation, my father was a professor in the same college. So I had known all the professors since my childhood. So there are a lot of things. That's different story. I will talk about that person who I remember. The principal, the then principal, when I was doing 12th, randomly told my mother one day in a huge gathering, कोई बात नहीं भटनागर मैडम, क्या फर्क पड़ता है, आपकी बेटी भी टीचर ही बन जाएगी, डॉक्टर इंजीनियर अगर नहीं बनेगी तो. This came after I had opted science in 11th. क्या होता है ना वो peer pressure, अपने experiences हम फिर आगे pass on भी करते हैं. I made sure that I am counseling my students well after my own experience. Peer pressure, दोस्त सब कर रहे हैं तो मैं भी वही करूंगी बोलकर साइंस लिया. ठीक ठाक मार्क्स आए, उतने नहीं आते थे जितने पहले आते थे. तो वो मार्क्स जो डाउन गए ना, उस पे वो प्रिंसिपल का ये कमेंट था. बट आई टुक इट टू माय हार्ट बिकॉज माय मदर केम बैक एंड शी गॉट सो एंग्री कि इतने कम मार्क्स, यू हैव गॉन सो डाउन दैट टुडे इन अ ह्यूज गैदरिंग दैट मैन टोल्ड मी दिस. क्या फर्क पड़ता है, आपकी बेटी भी टीचर ही बन जाएगी, इतना क्या सोचते हो. दैट वाज नॉट इन द गुड सेंस दैट ही सेड, but I took it to my heart and I am a teacher now and I am sure at least 10 में से 5 students का दिल तो छुआ होगा. So that's how you remember people, either for good things or more for those things which bring you to the point in your life where you achieve something. So I would start with the thought, there is a French anatomist, he said, it is not what is poured into the children, it is what is planted for life into them. With that thought, it is again indeed my privilege to express a heartfelt gratitude on behalf of everyone for Dr. Arpita Madam. Ma'am, we are grateful for you, for everything you have shared today, most importantly for gracing us with your valuable time. Her passion for education, innovative thinking and dedication to empowering learners today has definitely been inspiring. The insights that you offered on the transformative role of education in holistically shaping the future of society are definitely invaluable. Ma'am, the session was truly enlightening as it incorporated various life experiences, real world connections. There was that term, it was definitely proven today in the session to illustrate the essence of what we meant by teaching that cares. We, as educators, most of us are educators sitting here, and those who have joined online, definitely were reminded of the importance of being lifelong learners, embracing the role of being both the teacher as well as a student. The interactive activities, fun games, and the use of visuals kept everyone thoroughly engaged. Moreover, madam, the session definitely highlighted the significance of maximizing the use of limited resources. Ma'am came only with her expertise here, and that is definitely inspiring. In addition to that, one thing that I truly admired today, we learned the art of creating a lively and immersive learning environment and how it impacts you for a longer time, and also how to adapt to very unexpected moments or glitches with so much of ease. Thank you once again, ma'am. On behalf of faculty, students, and every participant who has joined us offline and online, I extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Anita Burman for her enlightening presentation and the knowledge that she has shared with us. Lastly, I would like to thank our esteemed management of Gyan Ganga Education Trust and our Honorable Principal, Mrs. Savita Upasani Madam, for their continued support and encouragement, which has made this event possible. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to our IQAC Coordinator, Assistant Professor Rachna Raj Madam, my worthy colleagues, Assistant Professor Mrs. Pratibha Kamble Ma'am, and Assistant Professor Dr. Kavita Kamble for their wonderful organizing skills for behind this event. A special thanks to all our student volunteers and all the participants who have taken the time to join us offline and online as well. Once again, a big thanks to our resource person for the second session of the day, Dr. Burman. Thank you for being here today and for inspiring us to make the difference in the world of education. Thanks a lot. There is one more announcement. Now we will break for the lunch, and exactly after half an hour at 3, I request all of you to be back in the auditorium because we will start with the third session of the day. You all can go downstairs cafeteria for your lunch. I hope you all have the coupons in the folders that you got during the registration.
Pratibha madam, coupons.
Workshop on innovative, integrated, inspired, transferring learning with the NPE 2020 and NCF 2023. Session 3 for the today is Catering Multilingual Classroom. This workshop explores a strategy to support language learning, creating an inclusion environment where every student travels. Discovery practical techniques to bridge language gaps, celebration the culture diversity, and enhance communication for effective learning. It is my privilege to introduce our ex-faculty member and resource person for session 3, Mr. Ketan Kamble. Sir, Mr. Ketan Kamble, Assistant Professor in Methodology of Teaching, Science and Inclusive Education and Accuracy Coordinator of Fonda Education Society, College of Education, Goa, with qualification of MSc Biotechnology, MSc Geography, MEd, MPhil in Education, and DSN. Ketan Sir has a teaching experience of 18 years of teaching across the various levels, including the biology and environment science and higher secondary, MSc Biotechnology, B.Ed, MEd, and MA Education. Sir gives research guidance to students of MSc Biotechnology, MA Education, and MEd students. Sir is publications, 20 research papers, and 2 book published in national and international journals and publication houses. Sir is development content for the DISHTAV, DHE, Goa, and course material for the International Symbiosis University, Pune. Sir is editor-in-chief for the special issues of national level conference, magazine, and practical booklet of B.Ed colleges. Sir is convener and coordinator for various international level conference and seminars. Sir is chairperson of the Board of Examiners in Biology, Methodology, and Goa University. Invited as a resource person, guest speaker for the various research, institution, and faculty development program sponsored by AICTE, SCRT Goa, ONGC, etc. Sir has received a Best Teacher Award by the Danganga Education Trust, Thane. I humble request, sorry, I humble request Mr. Ketan Kamble to kindly begin his guidance of the workshop. Thank you so much.
Hello. So, yeah, very good afternoon, all of you. और जोर से
Good afternoon, sir.
और जोर से
Good afternoon, sir.
we'll do you know we'll make some groups, okay, and then afterwards we'll actually work in group. So it is not lecture, it is workshop, right? Isn't it? So we'll come directly to what practical work. So like my topic goes for the session, like catering multilingual classroom. So what according to you is multilingualism? Do you think that this space is multilingual? Yes, you feel so? Why so? We all speak English, right?
Yes.
Isn't it? And our mother tongue is also English, na? No? No? Okay, fine.
No,
So
no.
we'll just go through one survey, huh? Okay. Everybody will tell what is their mother tongue. Okay, so it will start from me. Okay. Marathi. Marathi. Okay. Kachhi. Kachhi. Huh? Hindi. Marathi. 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 Huh? Bihar. Hindi. Okay. Or Maithili. Maithili. Okay. Huh? Huh? Hindi. Okay. Marathi. Okay. Na. Huh? Malayalam. Okay. Udiya. Okay. Marathi. 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 Bengali. Huh? Okay. Gujarati. કેમ છો? કેમ છો? મજામાં. હા. ઈ જ જોઈ છે મને. હા. Next. Hindi. Kannada. Okay. Uttamadi. Okay. હા. Odisha. Okay. You? Maithili. Maithili. Okay. હા. Hindi. Marathi. Hindi. Hindi. Marathi. Telugu. Okay. Tamil. Okay. Marathi. Okay. So see here, we got anybody left? Okay. Hindi. Hindi. Marathi. Okay. So what we got is, so here what I have done, I considered this as my classroom. Huh? I consider this as my classroom, and I have done a quick survey. Okay. So what I got is majority of them are Marathi, but of course there are Odia, there are Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Malayali, then afterwards Tamil, Bengali, Kutchi, okay, which is sort of dialect, isn't it? It is not a language, but it is dialect, isn't it? Maithili, okay, again, isn't it? Okay. How many said Hindi? Haath upar karo. Okay. Which part you belong to? Exact. Where part? Uttar Pradesh. Huh? Huh? Azamgarh. So is it Hindi or is it Bhojpuri? Huh. What about you? Please sit down. Gaya. So you are from Bihar. So is it Hindi or Maithili then? Hindi.
In our village, Maghi is spoken.
Acha.
But by birth, I am in Patna. So
Ah.
I know Hindi only.
So it is from your side, it is actually Magdi. है ना? Magdi Hindi it is, isn't it? Okay. So bottom line is what you know. We try to bring everyone in one language, and what is happening, you know, the other languages are getting affected, isn't it? Okay. Actually, Pratibha man, as I know her mother tongue is Malwani actually. But क्या हुआ है मालूम है क्या? What has happened, you know? The dominant languages have become so dominant that we forget to mention Malwani, Maithili, Magdi. We forget that. I felt very good, you know, when somebody said Kachhi. Isn't it? Okay. Means हम भूल रहे हैं. Now what has happened, you know, our education system have become like too much क्या बोलते हैं ना English सब हो गया है. Of course we cannot avoid that because English is international language. So if you want to be at par of what you say international level, English आना ही चाहिए. But why should we compromise with our regional languages, with our local languages? Okay. Recently, na, there was Marathi Sahitya Sammelan, Rashtriya Marathi Sahitya Sammelan. So there was one speaker. Okay, she was the Adhyaksha Bolwankar, something like that. Her name was. I don't exactly remember. Huh? Tara Bhavarkar. Thank you so much. So what she said, you know, language, na, language is a living being. Language is what? A living being. Okay. When we speak, when we communicate in one particular language, then only that language survives. Okay. Now it is okay. So if we do not speak, that language dies. That language dies. Though it is in script form or something like that. You know, in Mohenjo and Hadappa in Indus Valley, they are having language, but yet we are not able to understand that language. We are not able to decipher it. What exactly it is? Because simple बात है, वो बोलने वाले वो लिखने वाले चले गए और उनके साथ वो लैंग्वेज भी क्या हो गया? That should not happen with our language. Got it? Okay. And of course, India is terrific multilingual country, isn't it? So don't you think that if Indian society is multilingual society, so that society will resemble in your classroom? Do you agree? It is in this space, ना? So ये आपके classroom में भी आने वाला है, बराबर है? Okay. Now, if I ask you one question, in which language? I know everybody here are understanding English, no doubt about it. You read English, okay? You speak English, you write in English, you are going to give your examination in English, no doubt about it. Okay, but एक बात बताना, in which language you are able to express yourself the best? एक साथ बोले ना सब लोग, isn't it? एक साथ बोले. Okay, see, I am teaching in Goa, so गोवा में कौन सा community ज्यादा है? हाँ? Community I am talking. Catholic community. अच्छा. So now, Catholics have poor English or they have good English? Of course, they are having what? But अभी भी है ना, कुछ ऐसे बोलते हैं ना, कुछ हो जाता है. So they don't say, oh God. They say, oh Saiba. Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. Then afterwards, they are having one word, a voice. So that word they will use. Means something to exaggerate. समझ में आ गया? Now this Catholic people over there, उनका 4th generation foreign country में है. कौन सा generation? So you can understand their English level. But when it comes to expression, It is not English, it is Konkani. Got it? Okay. So now same thing is in your classroom. Huh? So now what you do, okay, can we make some subject wise groups? साइंस साइंस एक साथ, इंग्लिश इंग्लिश एक साथ, ऐसे आके एक साथ बैठ जाओ, फिर आगे का हम लोग शुरू करते हैं. ओके. साइंस लैंग्वेज करते हैं राउंड मध्ये. कॉमर्स, सोशल सायन्सेस, फास्ट फास्ट. हाँ, वी आर रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम. सर्कल बनाओ, सर्कल. नाही, लँग्वेज फक्त लँग्वेज ग्रुप. Okay, groups are done. Okay, so I am able to see 3 groups. So which is this group? Language. So take English as language, huh? At present. Okay. That group is science. And this group is commerce. Okay. सोशल साइंस कर लो, एक साथ कर लो, चलो ठीक है. Okay, so now each group will do first survey and then afterwards see which languages are there in your group. Okay, पहला काम ये करो, चलो शुरू करो. First count how many people are there in your group and then afterwards find out their mother tongue. फटाफट लिख के लो, लिख के लो.
हल्ला नाही पण एवढं ठरलं. राहू द्या. स्पेस आहे ना, इथून ह्याच्या खाली राहील ना.
We'll see which group is ready first. Okay, with their answer. अच्छा.
फोन पकड़, फोन.
Done. Okay, so we'll go for science group. First पुनूक का हुआ है. Okay, what are the languages? Total how many are there? 15. Okay, so yeah, Marathi 9. Okay, so now you decide apart from English which language you want to select. Okay, got it, got it. See, pay attention, pay attention what I am telling you. Okay, pay attention. See, first we have to do the survey. वो survey आपने कर लिया. करने के बाद है ना, commonly decide करो हम इंग्लिश छोड़ के दूसरा कौन सा लैंग्वेज लेंगे जो कॉमन है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, हाँ, so that will be called as lingua franca. That will be called as what? Lingua franca. Okay, now so you decide which will be your lingua franca. Okay, which another group is ready now? Okay, commerce group. Yeah, total how many are there? Total 9. Three. Which lingua franca you are selecting? Hindi. Okay, fine. Chalo. No. How many total are there? Say Huh? Okay. So, but you are taking Hindi as your lingua franca. Okay. Now here, I think 14 member English group, na? Language group. Okay. Yes, language group. Yeah. So total how many? 14. And what is the Hindi? But count क्या आया? 1. Okay. So now, just tell me why all the groups have selected. All the groups are having majority Marathi, right? All the groups reported me same, but you all have selected lingua franca Hindi. Why is it so? Huh? Isn't it? Okay. So now see, this is inclusive education. The majority is what? Marathi, but you are not neglecting minor languages in your group. Isn't it? You want to accommodate them also in your group, and because of that, you have selected common language which is understood by everyone, which is spoken by everyone. Isn't it? So that is your lingua franca. Now what you have to do, go through internet and then select any topic जिसमें क्या रहने चाहिए मालूम है, कुछ पॉइंट्स रहने चाहिए अकॉर्डिंग टू योर सब्जेक्ट. मीन साइंस वाले वहां पर अपना कुछ तो नेट से टॉपिक ले सकते हैं. ये ग्रुप कौन सा था? कॉमर्स वाले, एंड देन आफ्टरवर्ड सोशल साइंस वाले एंड इंग्लिश वाले. ओके, ट्राई टू टेक स्कूल लेवल. हाँ, स्कूल लेवल का कोई तो टॉपिक लो फटाक से. हाँ, देखते हैं अभी कौन सा ग्रुप फर्स्ट सिलेक्ट करता है. टॉपिक कोई भी एक टॉपिक ले लो, मतलब एक कॉन्सेप्ट लेने का. आप लोग कोई तो एक लेसन ले लो ना. Social sciences, you can take something from history, geography, economics, like that you take. Huh? Okay. Commerce student, you can take anything from like economics or OC, some, huh? OC. Huh? Acha. Okay. Those who are attending online, okay, they can break out rooms, and then afterwards, you can form their group according to your subjects. अच्छा, topic select किया. Topic should be a bit difficult, huh? Yes. See. No. See. Pay attention, huh? Select that topic that if you teach this topic only in English, not a single word is used in Hindi or Marathi, then it will be very difficult for students to understand. So ऐसा topic आपको क्या करना है? Select करना है. Got it? Any topic, okay, which is related to your subject, but if you teach it only in English, it is going to be very difficult for students. If you teach in English, purely if you teach in English, it will, students will not be able to understand that. No, we are going step by step. अभी नहीं है, बाद में आएगा. बाय, बाद में. हो गया, टॉपिक सिलेक्ट हो गया. हाँ, स्कूल लेवल टॉपिक्स. MSc नहीं. But for school students, max you can take topics which are till 12th standard. Ah, yes, I am having very less time. Huh? Okay. Okay. So science group have selected force and acceleration. Okay. Commerce group, you all deciding. English, tenses. Okay. Fine. Social science group, work in progress. Okay. Okay. Commerce students, I will suggest you one topic. Okay. Time आगे जा रहा है. चलो. Types of bank. अच्छा कौन सा लिया? Indian economics. Okay. So this is your topic which you are going to teach. Okay. Fine. ऐसा चैप्टर है क्या? ऐसा चैप्टर है? ओके. Okay. Done. Social science group, work in progress. Okay. So, so two-tier selection is going. First, you will select the subject and then within subject. Okay. English language group, instead of grammar, can you select any sort of lesson? Hey, is it chapter or is it lesson? It is not chapter, huh? Lesson. हाँ पोम भी ले सकते हो. पोम भी ले सकते हो. चलो चलो. Done. social science group done? We are actually waiting for you. नहीं हुआ? हाँ? अच्छा एक काम करो, सिंपल ले लो, टुंड्रा रीजन ले लो, सिंपल। दिया है क्या? हाँ तो वो ले लो, चलेगा। अभी वो फाइनलाइज करे, आपका कंटेंट मिल रहा है ना उसका? हाँ ओके। सी आई होप, सी see you have given me topic, okay, but at the same time I hope that you are having some written content. It can be from internet, not necessary from textbook. It can be from any website or anything. I have no issues. Okay, so now we'll go to next step. Okay, pay attention now. We are going to next step. What was the first step? Survey, isn't it? Then second step, selection of language, that is lingua franca. Then what you did? Selection of content, isn't it? Now we'll go to next topic. Okay, next step I mean to say. Now what you will do, whatever content you have selected now, okay, take 2 paragraphs, more than enough. Okay, in that you have to select difficult words which you feel as a teacher that this word is new, this word is difficult for student, from student perspective. It may be easy for you, but from student perspective. Do one thing, select any 5. Select any 5 new or difficult words. Difficult new word according to student, according to student, any 5. Hello, you all are ready with difficult words? How many difficult words you have to find right now? 5. But as a teacher, you will have to find जितने मिलते उतने सब. हाँ?
Actually, the transcript speaking speaking wrong.
हाँ वो ऐसे ही होता है. मैं कुछ और बोलता हूँ, वो कुछ और ले लेता है. And it is very funny, huh? Chalo, which group is ready with their difficult 5 words? Science is ready? Okay, first is science, second is social science. कैसे भी करके science आ गया है. हाँ? Okay, whether it is natural science or social science. Okay, come on, social science. Only difficult words you have to say in English, only difficult words in English, Inscription, metallurgy, एविडेंस इज नॉट दैट डिफिकल्ट क्योंकि बच्चे इसको है ना सिनेमा सीरियल्स मूवीज में सुनते हैं. ठीक है, चलो ले लेते हैं एविडेंसेस. हाँ, जुडिशियसली, यस. ऑथेंटिक, ओके, चलो. ऑथेंटिक भी इतना नहीं, प्रिकॉशन भी. हाँ, प्रिकॉशन थोड़ा बहुत, ओके. पर अच्छे लगे मेरे को, मेटलर्जी अच्छा लगा. फिर क्या था, वो जुडिशियसली था, वो अच्छा लगा. और पहला कौन सा बताया था, इंस्क्रिप्शन. तो ये 3 एक्चुअल डिफिकल्ट है. ठीक है, बट हम चलो मैं कंसिडर कर देता हूँ. हाँ, एट प्रेजेंट थोड़ा समझ में आ रहा है ना व्हाट आई मीन बाय डिफिकल्ट. ओके, सी नाउ बाय दिस टाइम ना, सुनो सुनो सुनो, बाय दिस टाइम ना, पर्सन हु इज नॉट वेंट टू स्कूल एट ऑल, वो भी देखो ऐसे बोल देता है अपने लैंग्वेज में, मैम आज लेट हुआ. बोलता है कि नहीं? लेट एक्चुअली लैंग्वेज कौन सा है? बट कोई बिहार का रहेगा, कोई महाराष्ट्र का रहेगा, वो लोग भी यूज कर लेते. समझ में आ गया? तो ऐसे वर्ड्स को हमको डिफिकल्ट कंसिडर नहीं करना है. समझ में आ गया? ओके. सो दूसरा ग्रुप आई थिंक नेचुरल साइंसेस वाला रेडी था. चलो आपके डिफिकल्ट वर्ड्स 5. ओके. हाँ, wait, go slow and be loud please. Yes, velocity. Huh? Decelerate, okay. Proportionality, okay. Vector, vector quantity, okay. हाँ, चलेगा. Okay, commerce group is ready. हाँ, inflation. हाँ, slow. Inflation. Why? You know, you are speaking, I am repeating it so that my online audience can get. Inflation,
Consumption,
consumption,
microeconomic,
okay,
macroeconomic,
okay,
monopoly,
done.
utility.
All 5 are
Yes.
okay, absolutely okay. सुनाई नहीं देता है, हम इन वर्ड्स को ज्यादा नहीं सुनते इंग्लिश में. लैंग्वेज ग्रुप, वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस और डन. या ओके, माइक लेना so that online.
So we've selected a story called the lesson called the Thief's Story by Ruskin Bond, class 10 English textbook. One of the words is flattery, grunting,
Okay.
by fits and starts. So this is a phrase, by fits and starts.
Good.
Another is my spirits rose.
My spirit goes.
So rising of the spirits. Roomy, Rheumy, which means water, something that's watery or a watery nose. And lumbargo. Ma'am has the meaning lumbargo.
Okay, that no, I don't want meaning.
Acha.
Only difficult word.
Okay,
that
thank
is
you,
your
sir.
next step. So now what you have to do is, okay, yeah. So now, yeah. Can I have your attention, please? Okay. So now what you have to do, you know, whatever difficult words you have selected, so you have to write meaning of that selected word, but in simple English. But in what? Simple English. Even if it goes into mini sentence, then also it is okay. But you should write it in simple English and then afterwards your lingua franca. Then your lingua franca. Difficult word, then meaning in simple English and then meaning in lingua franca. Okay, चलो देखते हैं अभी कौन सा ग्रुप फर्स्ट करता है. Sales group will face difficulty now. It is little challenging. So last word, great, great. Done? Which group is ready? Hands up. Last time it was social science group. पहला था. Done. Acha, science group is ready, huh? Okay. So now, difficult word or new word, simple English, and then afterwards lingua franca. Please start. Yes. बोला ना मैंने. Ah, okay. Hey, y'all are doing in Hindi also, na? Ah, commerce group. Y'all are doing in Hindi also, na? Difficult word, simple English, lingua franca. Social science group. हिंदी में भी फाइंड आउट कर रहे हो ना? Please write everything in one page. Huh? Please write everything in one page. It's ready. Again, सोशल सायन्स ग्रुप आघाडीवरती आहे. ओके, काय डिफिकल्ट, सिंपल इंग्लिश आणि त्याच्यानंतर हिंदी. हा, माईक आहे, माईक. माईक इज विथ हूम?
Okay, so first word is
See.
judiciously. Uh, the historical meaning is simple meaning is doing something for good judgment. Okay. So for हिंदी में हम उसको बोलेंगे कि कुछ तो अच्छी तरीके से वो चीज बताना.
Judiciously.
Wise. न्याय देना.
अच्छा, अच्छी तरह से न्याय करना.
हाँ.
ओके, हाँ ठीक है, चलेगा.
Then metallurgy.
Metallurgy.
Study of metal purification.
Okay.
धातु शुद्ध शास्त्रों का परिचय. Then numismatic, ये नया वर्ड है.
हाँ.
Study of coin.
हाँ.
नाणं ज्याला आपण
हिंदी में
कॉइन क्या बोलते हैं? नाणी. सिक्के, सिक्का रहता है उसका पढ़ाई.
सिक्का का पढ़ाई. ओके, हाँ, डन.
Then diplomatic.
Diplomatic
का मतलब है acting in a way that does not cause offenses. मतलब ऐसे कोई हरकत जिससे किसी को दुख और किसी को नुकसान नहीं होगा.
Very good, very good. हाँ.
Then inscription means written scripts. For example, हिंदी में ऐसे हम ऐसा बोलेंगे कि जो लिखा हुआ चीज रहता है, जो लिखा हुआ कुछ प्रूफ है या कुछ भी राइटिंग कुछ पूरा हुआ है वो मतलब
चलेगा. See, what social science group did you know? Okay. डायरेक्टली है ना, कुछ वर्ड्स नहीं लिए उन्होंने ना, उनको अच्छे से थोड़ा सा क्या किया मालूम है क्या? एक्सप्लेन किया. जैसे कि इंस्क्रिप्शन लिया, तो इंस्क्रिप्शन मतलब क्या रहता है? शिलालेख, पत्रलेख ऐसे बोलते हैं, पर वैसे नहीं. ताम्रलेख है ना, इसको हिंदी शब्द वो है, पर वैसा नहीं लिया उन्होंने, एकदम सिंपल लिया, कुछ तो लिखा हुआ. सो दैट इज इंस्क्रिप्शन. समथिंग विच इज रिटन, सो दैट इज इंस्क्रिप्शन. दिस इज व्हाट आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग. समझ में आ गया? ओके, गुड जॉब. हाँ, ओके. सो आफ्टर सोशल साइंसेस, which is next group? Nice. Yeah. English. Okay. Chalo. After English, science. Huh? Okay. Yes. Chalo. What are your words? Simple. And then afterwards in Hindi.
So first word is flattery.
Flattery.
Which means praising someone excessively. Praising someone beyond measure or excessively, zyada. And the Hindi equivalent would be चापलूसी करना. किसी की चापलूसी करना.
मक्खन लगाना.
मक्खन लगाना is probably the colloquial जो.
हाँ, चलेगा. हाँ, ठीक है.
The second word is grunting.
Grunting
is a sound emitted while doing a difficult activity.
Okay.
Or it is a verbal expression of pain. हाँ.
Okay.
And इसका हिंदी इक्विवेलेंट would be गुरगुरान.
Okay, fine.
The third is a phrase by fits and starts.
By
fits and starts.
Starts.
So this means it is an irregular activity, something that is irregular.
Irregular.
रुक रुक के करना.
रुक
So that is either उतार चढ़ाव or रुक.
Okay, रुक के करना will be okay.
The fourth one is again, it's a phrase. My spirits rose. My spirits
rose.
Rose with something.
Please don't talk.
So the English meaning is to become hopeful. So that person became hopeful because he received some news. And the Hindi equivalent is dil baag baag hona.
Dil baag baag hona. Chalega. Okay. Why you know? Because these are the phrases which we hear from movies, ना? इसके लिए आप ले सकते हो इसको.
या फिर सर उम्मीद जगना.
उम्मीद जगना. Okay. Good.
And the fifth one is lithe. Lithe, which means slim and graceful. Also, it means flexible.
Okay.
So the Hindi equivalent is lachila.
Lachila. Okay. Can we clap hands for them? See, while making what we are doing, you know, we are trying to create material for multilingual classroom. Okay, so here now our objective is not to translate the things. Remember, our intention is not to translate the thing. Okay, our intention is what, you know, to make student understand in their language. समझ में आ गया? तो आप मक्खन लगाना भी बोलते हैं, पर बच्चों को उसका इंग्लिश वर्ड जो है वो समझ में आ जाता है. योर वर्क इज डन. समझ में आ गया? सी वी आर नॉट टीचिंग देम इंग्लिश टू हिंदी. वी वांट टू टीच देम इंग्लिश ओनली, बट विद द सपोर्ट ऑफ देयर लोकल लैंग्वेज. समझ में आ गया? ओके, यस. नाउ विल कम टू साइंसेस. कॉमर्स, यू ऑल आर आल्सो रेडी, राइट? ओके, गुड.
Hello. First word is acceleration. Begin to move more quickly.
ओके,
तेज गति से शुरू करना.
तेज गति से शुरू करना. ओके, हाँ.
Decelerate, to slow down. गति धीमी करना.
ओके, चलेगा.
Then velocity,
हाँ.
speed up an object in given direction. वस्तु की गति एक ही दिशा में जाना.
ओके, हाँ.
Then proportionality, relationship, समान अनुरूपता.
अभी ये जो वर्ड है ना, ये वर्ड हिंदी में डिफिकल्ट हो रहा है, है ना? तो उसको हमको थोड़ा सा चेंज करना पड़ेगा. समझ में आ गया? ओके.
एक समान अनुपात. हाँ.
अनुपात again is difficult. You are getting me ना what I am trying to say. हाँ. Okay. Okay, next word, no problem. पर पहले वाले बहुत अच्छे रहे.
Vector, quantities which needs magnitude and direction. वाहक जिसमें दिशा.
फिर से.
Vector, quantities which needs magnitude and direction. वाहक जिसमें दिशा और परिमाण दोनों होते हैं.
ओके, चलेगा. हाँ, थोड़ा भी हिंदी को थोड़ा सेंटेंस फॉर्म में भी आया ना तो भी चलेगा, बट उसको थोड़ा क्या करने का और सिंप्लीफाई. ओके, हाँ. डन. या, प्लीज क्लैप हैंड फॉर साइंस ग्रुप. ओके, नाउ कॉमर्स, वाणिज्य. चलो. ओके.
First, inflation.
Inflation
means the increase in the price of goods and service over time. महंगाई.
महंगाई.
Second, consumption.
एक मिनट. हाँ, देखो पहले क्या बोला आपने? इन्फ्लेशन. अब ये वर्ड ज्यादा पता नहीं है लोगों को. अब उसका सिंपल इंग्लिश बताइए.
Increase in the price of goods and service over time.
Increase in
price of goods and service over time.
अच्छा, ये एक है सिंपल इंग्लिश. और हिंदी में क्या है?
महंगाई.
कौन सा इजी होगा? हाँ, अब आ रहा है समझ में. ओके, that's why we go for simple English also and we go for lingua franca also. Let student understand in whatever language he wants to understand. Second,
consumption means using goods and service to satisfy our needs and wants.
Okay. हाँ. उपयोग भी आसानी से समझ में आता है. हाँ. Microeconomics
studies how individual household business make decision about spending and saving money.
Okay. हाँ.
सूक्ष्म अर्थशास्त्र.
हाँ, अब ये नहीं समझ में आएगा. आया? ये ट्रांसलेशन हो गया. हाँ. हाँ. ओके. हाँ.
Macroeconomics.
हाँ.
The study of whole or entire nation.
हाँ.
व्यापक अर्थशास्त्र.
व्यापक अर्थशास्त्र. ओके, ठीक है.
बड़ा.
हाँ, बड़ा अर्थशास्त्र. ओके, या ऐसा भी बोल सकते हो देश का अर्थशास्त्र. ऐसे उसको सिंप्लीफाई आप कर सकते हो. यू हैव दैट लिबर्टी एज अ टीचर. ओके, आगे.
Utility.
हाँ.
Satisfaction gained from consumption of goods and services. उपयोगिता.
उपयोगिता. ओके, फाइन. थैंक यू सो मच. ओके, क्लैप हैंड. अभी एक टास्क करना है. फ्रॉम योर ग्रुप यू आर गोइंग टू सिलेक्ट एनी वन मेंबर, और वो क्या करेगा, आपका जो कॉन्सेप्ट है ना 1 मिनट के लिए पढ़ाएगा, बट ओनली इन इंग्लिश. गॉट इट? ओके. आपका जो भी कॉन्सेप्ट है अभी जो आपने सिलेक्ट किया वही कॉन्सेप्ट लेना है, बट यू हैव टू टीच ओनली इन विच लैंग्वेज? इन इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज. हाँ, एनी वन ऑफ यू. 1 minute, only 1 minute explanation I want, not more than that, but only in English. थोड़ा भी दूसरा लैंग्वेज का हेल्प मत लेना, ठीक है? ओके, देखो ऐसा कॉन्सेप्ट लो जो आप बोल भी सकते हो और उसके ऊपर छोटा कुछ तो लिख सकते हो, एटलीस्ट 4-5 सेंटेंस, वैसा कॉन्सेप्ट ले लेना। हाँ ठीक है, रेडी? साइंस ग्रुप, ओके।
Hello.
हाँ,
Okay, students. Today we are going to learn about force. So force can be understood as a push or pull because of which an object moves in a particular direction. So, like, to understand what force is, let us understand what force can do. Force can bring about a change in position. It can bring about a change in shape, or it can change the direction of the motion of an object. Okay, or it can, set an object in motion. So force is, like, in a way required to bring about any change in position, shape, or the direction of an object. Do I need to explain it further?
okay, thank you so much. Okay, great. Okay, which another group is ready? Now English, just wait. Science group, now what you have to do next task, now whatever your concept was there, take any 5 lines or 6 lines, but now don't write it as it is in textbook. Now you just imagine, this is for everybody. Now you have to imagine that you are giving notes to students whose English is not that developed. So now you are going to use what? Simple English first of all. Second thing, what you are going to do, wherever difficult words are there, so in bracket you are going to write the meaning. You have liberty to write meaning in simple English also, and to write meaning in your lingua franca also. So start doing your work by that time. Okay, what you are preparing? Notes. Got it? Simple English, translation, and then afterwards lingua franca. Okay, English group is ready, I think so. Okay. Mike.
So, good afternoon. I am going to tell you a story today. It's about a thief. So, when I say thief, what can you imagine? You're imagining somebody who is doing bad work, who's not working for his living, who's stealing things from people in order that his stomach stays full, right? So this is a story of a thief, but who is now wanting to become honest because of the company he is going to be in, because of a friend that he has made during his excursions while stealing things from people. He meets somebody who wants him, who inspires him to become honest, who inspires him to turn a page, to open a new chapter in his life, and he inspires him to start living an honest life.
Okay, thank you. It was total English, same like science. Okay, good. Okay, commerce or social science? Okay, social science. Okay. You can face audience, Papa. It's okay.
Good afternoon all.
Could you come here?
Today I'm going
Acha.
to
It's okay. I think camera is focused. Yeah. Start, beta. Start.
of history.
Ah.
First, we have to know what
Start again. Start.
Today I'm going to teach about sources of history.
Ah.
And first, we have to know what is the meaning of source. The first, the authentic evidences, the proof are known as the sources. There are 3 types of sources: of history, that material sources, written sources, and oral sources. For example, in material sources, monuments, coins, that are material sources, and in written, newspaper, and stories and inscription, that are the written sources, and oral songs or stories, folk stories, pavada, yes, pavada, that are the oral sources. Simple.
ओके हाँ बस इनका एक ड्यू चला गया एक एक जगह पर फ्लॉ आ गया क्यों क्यों आ गया फ्लॉ पोवाड़ा वर्ड यूज किया वो नहीं चाहिए था ठीक है बट गुड ट्राई हाँ ओके लेना नहीं है अभी नहीं लेना है ऐसा अभी नहीं लेना है ठीक है ओके हाँ हाँ
Finis microeconomics. Microeconomics is study of how people and business make decision about money, buying and selling. It's look at the thing like price, demand and supply, and how companies set their product cost.
सोशल साइंस ग्रुप हाँ ओके हाँ
For example, if the rate of ice cream is increasing, then people may fewer people may buy it. If a shopkeeper see these, they might lower the price to attract more customers. Economic focuses on these small things.
ओके थैंक यू सो मच ओके ग्रेट 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 अभी सब लोग क्या करने वाले हैं सी नाउ यू हैव थॉट इन इंग्लिश हाँ ये जस्ट ऐसे ही है कंपैरिजन के लिए बाद में यूज होने वाला है सो नाउ सी सर्वे किया देन आफ्टरवर्ड्स लिंग्वा फ्रैंका देन यू सिलेक्टेड कंटेंट from that content you selected difficult words that difficult words were translated through to simple English and then afterwards lingua franca isn't it then purposely I asked you to teach it in on okay, who is knowledgeable but poor in English knowledgeable है हाँ वो ठीक है poor English doesn't mean that poor knowledge got it ना okay तो ये दिमाग में रखना है ठीक है any 5 sentences you can do any 5 sentences जो अभी आपने एक्सप्लेन किया वही लो जो आपने एक्सप्लेन किया वही लो चलेगा इट इज ओके गुड आइडिया हाँ चलो 5 का 6 होने दो इट्स ओके नो प्रॉब्लम बट एकदम बड़ा बिकॉज वी आर you all are writing na you all writing somewhere You are preparing study material. वो आपके एब्सेंस में ये पढ़ के समझ जाएगा हेलो I repeat, whatever study material you are preparing, consider that point that this study material is with student. He is at home. Nobody is there to help. But just reading that, he is able to understand the concept. Okay, that simple you have to make it. Hello, I request you to do as soon as possible. We are pressed on time. Okay, so please do it as soon as possible. Yeah, science group is ready, huh? So we'll see whatever study material they have prepared now. So we'll see now. Okay, we'll listen.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's that.
Yeah. I request discuss in your group in very soft voice, huh? Okay, because my online audience will face problem. If you will, start.
Force is push and pull that can cause an object to move, stop, or change its direction or even change its shape. So let us see different examples of this. Okay, push. Whenever we open a door, we push the door. Or for example, if you want to move a table, we will push that, then the table can move from one place to another. Now let's see the example of pull. Pulling a rope. When we fetch a water from the well, we pull pull the rope so that we can fetch water from a bucket of water from the well. So that is an example of pull. So you are applying the force there. You're pulling the rope. Fetching one. Let's see the one more example. Fetching a rubber. You all know the rubber band that we use. We fetch it. The shape is changing. So we are applying force here and we are fetching. The shape is changing. You all play cricket, right? We hit a ball. So the ball is moving from one place to other. It means it's changing its direction. So these are all the examples for the force, for the definition of force.
Fine. Okay. What is that now? Fetching tha na? So
Fetching.
fetching.
Yeah, that's
Fetching water.
added. हाँ.
So अभी उसको simple meaning देना चाहिए था. ऐसा
Yeah.
मुझे लगता है.
Yes.
Okay.
So that word I have used now, just now only. We have not included in this actually.
I want exact written whatever. You
Okay,
have to
okay.
read it.
Only
You have-
fetch.
You have explained it. I was expecting that you should read it.
Okay.
It's okay, no problem. Which another group is ready? Commerce is ready? Okay. Just read the material, don't explain it.
Come on, fast.
Science, English is ready? Chalo. Please. Don't waste time. We are pressed on time. Okay. My case with science students. Social science group be ready. Just read the material. Do not explain the material. Explanation बाद में आने वाला. Okay.
So this story is about a thief called Hari Singh. Hari Singh comes in contact with Anil, who is a 25-year-old writer, who is a 25-year-old kind, soft-spoken, kind and trusting writer. Hari Singh, who is the thief, tricks him with the intention of stealing from him. Intention, bhavana.
Okay. This is what I want.
Ji. Hari Singh tricks him with the intention of stealing from him. But as he starts working for Anil, Hari Singh tricks him into employing him as his cook. As Hari Singh starts working for the writer, the thief starts having a change of heart. Change of heart, Hriday Parivartan. Hari Singh, due to the forgiving nature of Anil, forgiving nature, Kshama Bhavana,
okay.
He no longer remains a thief. He mends his ways and aims for an honest life. Honest, imandar, mends his ways, nahi raah chunna.
Okay. Good. Can I improve little bit now? Yes. Okay. Stealing है ना? तो लिखो वहाँ पर चोरी करना. हाँ, समझ में आ गया. अभी देखो aims for ऐसा कुछ तो था ना honest लाइफ. हाँ, तो honest थोड़ा बहुत पता रहेगा. Aims for जो रहेगा ना, that they may not understand it. Okay. So उसको थोड़ा सा या तो translate करो in English, sorry, in simple English or Hindi. Okay. Yes. Pass. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Sure. Online student, sorry. Okay. Commerce or social science? Okay. अच्छा, he's good. चलो.
So, in history sources are authentic. Authentic means genuine or real.
Okay.
Proof of past event. There are types of sources.
Just wait. Evidences था तो proof ले लिया, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There are types of sources. First is material sources.
Okay.
Material sources means physical object or place.
Okay.
From the past.
Okay.
For example, monuments, coins, etc.
Okay.
Second, written sources. The recorded, in bracket written, historical information from past is known as written sources.
Okay.
Example, written scripts or story and newspaper, etc.
Okay.
And oral sources, verbal information. Verbal means information passed down. Transfer information from one generation to another generation. Or in a simple way, in a personally, one person to another person is known as oral sources. For example, stories, folk songs, etc.
Now you can make that word povada. Now here you can
Ah,
use it.
povada.
Huh? Now one word was there. Okay. If you permit, I can correct it. Okay. Monument. Monument will be difficult for the student who is having poor English.
Palace.
Isn't it?
Using of palace.
Exactly. So monument. Bracket में example palace.
Palace.
Example fort.
Fort.
Bracket में किला.
Yes.
अब आ रहा है समझ में? Okay. चलो. Thank you so much. Commerce.
Microeconomic is the study of how people and businesses make decisions about using their limited resources like money, time, or materials to meet their needs and wants. It focuses on small parts of the economic rather than the whole economic. For example, imagine you have some pocket money and you want to buy snacks and a toy. You need to decide how to spend your money wisely. Microeconomics helps understand how people like you make such decisions. This is a microeconomics.
Okay. चलेगा. थोड़े हिंदी शब्द थोड़े से आते हैं ना तो और अच्छा हो जाए.
Microeconomics demand and supply.
ठीक है. Micro it was right. Micro ना not macro ना.
Not micro.
Okay. ठीक है. चलेगा. Okay. So yeah, thank you so much. Okay. But ना कॉमर्स स्टूडेंट थोड़ा और उसको थोड़ा सिंप्लीफाई करने का आवश्यकता है. ठीक है. ओके. अभी है ना अगर आप ध्यान दो तो इफ यू गो थ्रू योर पेजेस वॉट एवर यू हैव डन टिल नाउ. ठीक. सर्वे इज डन. लिंग्वा फ्रैंका इज डन एंड सिलेक्टेड. कंटेंट इज सिलेक्टेड. कंटेंट को टीचर ने पढ़ा है और एक ग्लोसरी तैयार हुई. Yes or no? The glossary is in how many languages? 2 languages. Difficult English, simplified English, and then afterwards Hindi. Okay. उसके बाद आप लोगों ने क्या किया है? Summarize नहीं किया. That is not summarize. Notes तैयार किया है. Okay. Which is in simplified English with help of other languages also. है ना? English वालों ने बहुत अच्छा उसका use किया. Isn't it? Okay. अब एक बात बताना. Whatever notes you make, don't you think that it is having 90% textual language? Do you try to change it? No. But when it comes to multilingual classroom, whatever study material you are preparing, don't you feel that it is sort of extended notes? बड़ा हो रहा है ना notes थोड़ा सा. Isn't it? Okay. क्यों ये करना पड़ रहा है? In order to make your student understand. In order to make your student understand. अब आपको क्या करना है मालूम है क्या? Now, पहले आपने आपका जो टॉपिक था वो कैसे एक्सप्लेन किया था? एक्सप्लेन कैसे किया? Totally in English. Now I give you freedom. You can explain the same topic जो आपने लिखा है in majority English but little help of Hindi. समझ में आ गया? Majority in English, simplified English, and then afterwards you can use examples in Hindi. Okay. अब ये आपको काम करना है. ठीक है. थोड़ा सा टाइम देता हूँ. You start doing. Okay. See what we have done. You know, पूरा study material तैयार किया है. Now you are going to teach. Now you are going to teach. No. That was only in English. Na? Now you are able to teach multilingually. You can use English, Hindi, Marathi words also you can use. Now you have to explain. Now you are explaining. English, simplified English, Marathi, Hindi, you can explain. Okay. Explain करना है अभी. ठीक है. Who is ready? Which group is ready? You can make use of Google Translator, na? You can use make Google Translator. English group is ready? Ready? So, 2 minutes. Okay. What about science group? Science group is ready? You are actually teaching in class, actually. Okay, start, man.
Okay, so this is a thief story. I was still a thief when I met अनिल. मैं जब अनिल को मिला तब तक तो मैं thief ही था, चोर था. अच्छा. And though only 15, I was an experienced and fairly successful hand. Anil was watching a wrestling match when I approached him. जब अनिल से हरी मिला तब अनिल कुछ देख रहा था. टीवी पे रेसलिंग मैच देख रहा था. He was about 25, a tall, lean fellow. 25 साल का लड़का. ऊंचा था, पतला था. मैंने उसे देखा and he looked easy going, kind and simple enough for my purpose. और ऐसे दिख रहा था कि मैं जिस पर्पस से आया हूँ, जिस हेतु से यहाँ पे आया हूँ, उसमें फंसने के लिए ये बंदा सही लग रहा है. तो चलो. I hadn't had much luck of late and thought I might be able to get into the young man's confidence. मैंने बहुत कुछ कोशिश करने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी. You look a bit of wrestler yourself, huh? I said. A little flirting help in making friends. मैंने उसको थोड़ा सा मक्खन लगा दिया. रेसलिंग मैच देख रहे हो? आप तो एक नौजवान रेसलर लग रहे हो.
We have, okay. Now see, ma'am tried really well, but यहाँ पर है ना थोड़ा गड़बड़ क्या हुआ मालूम है क्या? ज्यादा करके क्या हुआ है ट्रांसलेशन, बट क्या वॉइस मॉड्यूलेशन. वाह, मस्त एकदम. Okay. See, what I mean over here, we should not directly translate. Okay. तो वो है ना क्लास में ऐसा डिवीजन लगता है. ओके. व्हाट वी वांट वी वांट ट्रांस लैंग्वेजिंग. यही मेरे को बताना है आपको. ओके. व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय ट्रांस लैंग्वेजिंग? मैम, आई एम थोड़ा लेट। हाँ ओके, अभी ये क्या हो गया देखो, सेंटेंस इज इंग्लिश बट थोड़ा इज व्हाट, हिंदी वर्ड आ गया ना, इजंट इट? ओके, या फिर ऐसे बोलते हैं ना, क्या बोलेंगे? ओके, हाउस माई सेशन गोइंग, अच्छा है ना? अभी देखो समझ में आ गया। सो फर्स्ट सेंटेंस वाज व्हाट, एंड देन अच्छा है क्या था? एक्चुअली इफ यू सी ना, जब तुम क्लासरूम में जाके पढ़ाते हो ना, सो यू डू नॉट ट्रांसलेट। देखो तुम, ओके, सी, लिव प्राइम स्कूल्स, हाँ, इन थाने प्राइम स्कूल, सिंघानिया छोड़ दो आप, गोयंका छोड़ दो, ओके, कोई भी तुम है ना एक एवरेज स्कूल में जाते हो ना, you are not able to teach them continuously in English. You will have to agree with me. Okay, this is same I am observing in Goa as well. If you teach them continuously in English na, it is not penetrating their brains. So therefore in between आप थोड़ा थोड़ा हिंदी यूज करते हो कि नहीं करते हो? क्यों करते हो? Is it because your English is poor? Certainly not. It is because to make them understand. So when you are speaking majority in English and in between when you are using Hindi or any other language in between to make them understand, to make them feel that okay, you also are my बच्चू, समझ में आ गया? So that is called as translanguaging. तो ये होना चाहिए, समझ में आ गया? Okay, science group, you are ready? Science group? No? Okay. Ready? Yeah. Okay.
Force is push and pull that can cause an object to move, stop moving, or change direction or even change its shape. Force means बल, जिसे हम वस्तुओं को रुका सकते हैं, उसका आकार चेंज कर सकते हैं और उसका डायरेक्शन भी हम चेंज कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए हम अलग अलग एग्जांपल्स देखेंगे, ठीक है? फर्स्ट इज पुश, applying force to the door to make it to move it, दरवाजे को ढकेलना, to push the door. Then pull means खींचना, to take out the water from this well.
Okay, बस हाँ, आई एम नॉट, क्या इसके पहले क्या बोल रहा था आपने? खींचना क्या था वो?
pull
हाँ, to pull the door,
to push the door and pull the water.
हाँ, okay, anyways, okay, to push the door and then what she said, meaning दरवाजे को ढकेलना. This is little bit expected. समझ में आ गया? Fetching water, fetching यानी कि क्या? पानी खींचना. समझ में आ गया? सो है ना, वो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए एक पूरा बड़ा सेंटेंस इंग्लिश में बोला एंड फिर बाद में उसको हिंदी में ट्रांसलेट। सेंटेंस के बीच में क्या करना है, लिंग्वा फ्रैंका को हमको क्या करना है, डालना। तो बच्चे क्या हो जाते हैं मालूम है क्या, थोड़े क्या हो जाएंगे, कनेक्ट हो जाएंगे। गेटिंग व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से, बट यू आल्सो ट्राइड वेल। ओके, थैंक यू सो मच। कॉमर्स इज रेडी, कॉमर्स सोशल साइंस। एक्चुअली चाय ठंडी हो रही है, कृष्णा मैम राइट ना। But you are trying, na? Good. You are trying. Science, English.
So, sources of history.
हाँ.
इसका मीनिंग क्या है? इतना सिंपल। जो चीज या जो कोई स्रोत जो इतिहास से हमें मिलते हैं, जिसे हम पढ़ते हैं। In history, the meaning of source, स्रोत का अर्थ मतलब क्या? The authentic means genuine का मतलब होता है रियल का और मतलब हिंदी में बता सकते हैं हम लोग कि सच। जो कुछ भी सच और जो कुछ भी हम बोल सकते हैं कि सही है वो चीज, जो एक प्रूफ बोल सकते हैं हम उसको, प्रूफ को हम बोलेंगे सबूत। जो सबूत जो हमें पिछले कुछ समय से मिला है, और पिछले समय का है, जैसे उसे हम कहेंगे सोर्सेज ऑफ हिस्ट्री। ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे ये स्रोत के 3 प्रकार होते हैं। देयर आर 3 टाइप्स ऑफ सोर्सेस। फर्स्ट इज मटेरियल सोर्स, मतलब वस्तुनिष्ठ स्रोत, जिसमें हम बोलेंगे फिजिकल ऑब्जेक्ट, मतलब जो कोई भी चीज जो दिख रही है, जिसे हम महसूस कर सकते हैं, जो बहुत पुराने जमाने से उधर है, उसे हम क्या कहेंगे? मटेरियल सोर्सेस और वस्तुनिष्ठ।
ओके, क्लैप हैंड। ये काफी नजदीक थे, काफी नजदीक थे। हाँ, ये कंजूसी क्यों कर रहे हो रे? जोर से बजाओ, बंदे ने अच्छे से बताया है। ठीक है, अभी कॉमर्स वाला। ओके, बस 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 उनका एक पॉइंट था जो मेरे को बताना है। हर्षल, पहले ऑलवेज टॉक इन इंग्लिश बिकॉज दैट इज लैंग्वेज और मीडियम ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन। देन उसके बाद कौन सा आना चाहिए? हिंदी। पहले हिंदी मतलब आया समझ में? ओके हाँ, चलो कॉमर्स। अब तब तक एक क्वेश्चन फ्रेम करो, जो कंटेंट आपने लिया था एक क्वेश्चन फ्रेम करो, एक क्वेश्चन, और उसका आंसर लिखो प्रॉपर इंग्लिश में। कोई भी एक क्वेश्चन लो एंड देन आफ्टरवर्ड्स ओनली वन क्वेश्चन, और उसका इंग्लिश में प्रॉपर आंसर लिखो, ओनली इन इंग्लिश। हाँ चलो।
Like in the last topic, we learned about microeconomics.
हाँ,
तो माइक्रोइकोनॉमिक्स एक ऐसी शाखा है, ब्रांच, जो इंडिविजुअल यूनिट के बारे में बताते हैं, लाइक अपने इकोनॉमिकल एक्टिविटीज के स्टडी के बारे में। तो जैसे कि कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर, फर्म्स, प्राइसेस, डिमांड्स, सप्लाई एंड मार्केट स्ट्रक्चर। इसमें हम छोटे से स्तर पर इकोनॉमी को जानते हैं, जैसे कि एक व्यक्ति हो या एक कंपनी के बारे में हम जान रहे हैं, तो एक इंडिविजुअल के बारे में यहाँ पे माइक्रो इकोनॉमिक्स का स्टडी करेंगे। एग्जाम्पल्स है डिमांड एंड सप्लाई। जब किसी वस्तु की या डिमांड बढ़ती है और सप्लाई कम होती है, तो उसकी प्राइस भी बढ़ जाती है। लाइक एग्जाम्पल मोबाइल फोन्स लेते हैं, मोबाइल फोन्स की डिमांड बढ़ जाए तो सप्लाई कम हो, तो उनके दाम बढ़ जाएंगे।
ओके,
एक और एग्जांपल दूं?
हाँ दे दो।
कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर, अगर किसी के पास हजार पिज्जा हो और बर्गर हो और दोनों को खरीदने हो, तो अपनी पसंद और बजट के अनुसार निर्णय लें।
गुड ट्राई। ओके चलेगा। okay. बस क्या हुआ मालूम है, यहाँ पर आई पर्सनली फेल्ट हिंदी थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया। ओके, बट इट वाज गुड ट्राई। ओके, तो या सो व्हेन वी आर डूइंग ट्रांस लैंग्वेजिंग, हाँ, majority language should be what? English, language of instruction, and then afterwards your lingua franca should be supportive language. यहाँ तक क्लियर हो गया? ओके, नाउ यू हैव सिलेक्टेड द क्वेश्चन। हाँ, वो लिखना है, प्रॉपरली लिखो और उसका एक आंसर लिखो, छोटा सा, 2 सेंटेंस का आंसर। स्मॉल, वेरी स्मॉल, लाइक फॉर एग्जाम्पल डेफिनेशन ऑफ फोर्स एंड ऑल। ठीक है, अभी तुम लोग के ग्रुप में से एक एक मेंबर आ जाओ, एक मेंबर, एनी वन मेंबर। You have to write that answer. Say for example, here it is, how many types of sources of history are there? Okay, तो इसका आंसर लिखो, प्रॉपर आंसर। ओके, प्रॉपर आंसर। हाँ, तो यू आर कमिंग। अभी और एक आना है, और एक मेंबर आना है। जल्दी आओ। क्या आंसर लिख के आ रहे हैं जल्दी से, कॉमर्स वाले भी आ जाओ जल्दी से। डोंट डिस्कस, डोंट डिस्कस वॉट एवर आई हैव टोल्ड यू, सीक्रेट है अपने बीच में, ठीक है। बताना मत, कॉमर्स जो बताया वो टास्क, ओके। चलो फास्ट फास्ट, वी आर एट एंड पेज, नाउ वी आर एट वेरी मच एंड पेज। हो गया? टास्क दिया था वो हो गया? नॉट डन? जल्दी से लिख। Done? See now, there are in your group ना, say for example force is there ना, तो उसके दो आंसर्स है, and both the answers you have to check and you have to give marks out of say 2. दे दो, चेकिंग करो, कोई थर्ड पर्सन चेक करेगा, ओके जिसने लिखा है वो नहीं करेगा। 2 answers are there, 2 answers are there, read it very properly, okay, read it very properly, okay, and you have to assign marks out of 2. एक फर्स्ट आंसर है और एक सेकंड आंसर है, जिसने आंसर्स लिखे वो नहीं चेक करेगा, कोई और चेक करेगा, इवेलुएट करेगा। So we'll finish in more 5 minutes. Yes, yes. One evaluator will check both the answers. Okay, दो आंसर्स है। जल्दी करो रे, मेरे ख्याल से अब तक चेक हो जाना चाहिए। किसका चेक हो गया? See, you can give marks in halves, वो चलेगा। 2 में से half mark, 1.5 mark, you can do it. according to instruction. You did according to instruction. Whatever I told you, according to that. Who is ready? Social science group is ready. Acha. See. Social science group is ready. Okay. First answer को कितना दिया आपने? 2 में से?
Because there is spelling mistake, sir. So I cut down that one.
First answer के लिए. चेकिंग में इतना वक्त लगा रहे हो, रिजल्ट कब बाहर आएगा आप लोगों का? और वो भी 2 मार्क का क्वेश्चन, 2 मार्क. I asked you only for evaluation, not for moderation. One out of. See. एक minute. Pay attention. So they are telling that first answer is there, na? Okay. For that they have given out of marks. 2 में से 2 दे दिया. And for second answer they have given 1 mark out of 2. Okay. We'll come to science now. Okay. Science. अरे tell ना, marks बताओ. English, you are ready? हाँ. साइंस वालों को माइक देना प्लीज. माइक किसके पास है? हाँ. हाँ. First one. First one 1.5. Second is half. First one 1.5 and second one is half. Okay. English, you are ready? Please बताइए. First answer 2 on 2. Okay. 1.5. 1.5. So what it was? तो दे दो half. ऐसा तो दे दो half दे. ठीक है, half दे दो. Okay. Who was your evaluator? Who is that great-hearted person? Okay. With big heart. Okay. Chalo. You should. Okay. Commerce group. Please, commerce group.
That first answer को 2 marks है, second answer को 1.5 marks.
1.5 marks.
Because there is only 2 words are wrong.
Only 2 words are wrong?
Yes, sir.
Sure?
Yes.
Okay. तो मेरा secret follow नहीं किया properly. Did? अच्छा. Okay. See. Now pay attention. Everyone pay attention over here. See. First answer was there, na? It was very authentic. Okay, with no spelling mistake. Okay. Actually, the second answer was there, na? So in that, there were spelling mistakes. इसीलिए क्या हुआ है मालूम है? Every time first answer out of marks मिला है या half marks कम हुआ है. But in second, okay, मैंने बोला था बच्चों को कि जानबूझकर मिस्टेक करो. समझ में आ गया? Okay. तो उसमें भी मैंने क्या बताया था मालूम है क्या? Some technical terms will be there. उसमें भी मिस्टेक करो. And some non-technical terms will be there. उसमें भी मिस्टेक करो. Now what I mean by technical terms? Say for example, in case of commerce, budget is technical or non-technical term? अच्छा, that is technical or non-technical? आया समझ में? In case of history, I mean social sciences. Okay. Material, coins, technical or non-technical? There are. So what you have to do, as a multilingual classroom teacher, you are allowed to cut marks, but cut marks only for technical terms, not for non-technical terms. अभी फिर से चेक करो, वही आंसर फिर से चेक करो, जल्दी जल्दी, मैं सिर्फ 1 मिनट दूंगा. कितना 3 कैसे हो गए? जो सेकंड क्वेश्चन, सेकंड 1 मार्क, पहले कितना था? हाफ था, अभी कितना हो गया? 1. मतलब थोड़ा सा बड़ा, बट एकदम आउट ऑफ भी नहीं. समझ में आ गया? ओके. साइंस, हाँ, बट यह कौन आया था मेरे पास? तो यह नॉन टेक्निकल टर्म्स का मिस्टेक किया नहीं था क्या आपने? तो ज्यादा ही किया. ओके, ठीक है. कॉमर्स वाले, कॉमर्स इंग्लिश वाले रेडी है? हाँ, इंग्लिश, आपका डाउट समझ में आया मुझे. बैठ जाओ. इट इज लैंग्वेज, तो हम क्या करें? आई विल कम टू यू. Yes, I'll come to you. हाँ, चलो कॉमर्स रेडी है? कॉमर्स सेकेंड आंसर के लिए पहले कितना दिया था मार्क्स आपने? पहले 1.5, वो ज्यादा ही था. हाँ, ओके. अभी कितना हो गया? आप कम कर दिया. टेक्निकल टर्म. ओके, सी. Okay, so now pay attention. Okay, all of you can, like, now we'll just have a quick revision. Okay, so English group, tell me first step. First step क्या किया था हम लोग? सर्वे किया था. साइंस ग्रुप सेकेंड स्टेप लिंग्वा फ्रैंका. कॉमर्स ग्रुप थर्ड स्टेप. हाँ, ग्रुपिंग नहीं, ग्रुपिंग नहीं था. हाँ, सिलेक्शन ऑफ टॉपिक. सोशल साइंस नेक्स्ट स्टेप. डिफिकल्ट वर्ड्स को क्या किया? आइडेंटिफाई किया. फर्स्ट क्या किया? आइडेंटिफाई किया. आफ्टर आइडेंटिफाइंग डिफिकल्ट वर्ड्स, नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या था? सिंपल इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी. तो one term for that. One term इंग्लिश. हाँ, ग्लॉसरी. आपने क्या बनाया? ग्लॉसरी बनाया. ओके, अच्छा. आफ्टर ग्लॉसरी व्हाट यू प्रिपेयर्ड? नेक्स्ट साइंस ग्रुप. आफ्टर ग्लॉसरी क्या किया था? नहीं, वो छोड़ दो. सिंप्लीफाइड नोट्स. यू प्रिपेयर्ड कंटेंट और स्टडी मटेरियल फॉर योर मल्टीलिंगुअल क्लासरूम. ओके, आफ्टर दैट व्हाट वी डिड? अभी देखो, आपका सब मटेरियल तैयार हो गया. ग्लॉसरी इज रेडी, देन आफ्टरवर्ड्स योर स्टडी मटेरियल इज रेडी. ओके, टीचर का काम हो गया है अभी. उसके बाद, हाँ, नॉट क्वेश्चन, कॉमर्स. हाँ, कोई तो बोला कॉमर्स में से शायद से. explain means actually what you are doing, teaching. Now question for social science group. In explaining, your major language should be English, isn't it? Okay, your supportive language should be, it should be lingua franca. Science group, your English, using English and Hindi in mixed form. So what you will call that as? What translanguaging. What you will call it as? Translanguaging. So अभी आपका मटेरियल तैयार हो गया, ग्लोसरी हो गया, आपने एक्सप्लेन भी किया. नाउ यू हैव गिवन इट टू योर स्टूडेंट्स. ओके, स्टूडेंट्स को दिया. अब क्या होगा? नेक्स्ट क्या होगा? क्वेश्चन, मतलब क्या बोलते हैं उसको? टेस्ट लिया. उनका क्या लिया? टेस्ट लिया. तो टेस्ट लेते समय इंग्लिश को छोड़ देते हैं. मैं इंग्लिश को साइड में रख रहा हूँ. नॉन इंग्लिश सब्जेक्ट, they are allowed to cut marks for which terms? But if there are non-technical terms, we give them exemption. समझ में आ गया? It is not to make their English poor, but to support them, but to include them. अब आ रहा है समझ में? So this is called as catering multilingual classroom. थोड़ा बहुत समझ में आया? Okay, so we started right from survey till evaluation. हम लोग वैसे ही करते हैं ना क्लासरूम में. Okay, so that's it. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll come to your. I forgot. It's okay. See, as far as English is concerned, na, at lower level, what we should do, जो नए words आते हैं ना बच्चों को, whenever you teach, so always in English there will be some new word introduced through lesson. You focus on them, उसमें ना mistake हो, इसके ऊपर आप क्या करना, ध्यान देना. समझ में आ गया? Okay. As far as दूसरे वर्ड्स में अगर छोटा मोटा मिस्टेक हो रहा है तो डायरेक्टली मार्क्स मत कट करो, बट स्टूडेंट को इन्फॉर्म जरूर. समझ में आ गया? सी अनदर वन. नहीं तो क्या होगा मालूम है? एवरी वर्ड इफ यू एवरी टाइम इफ यू गो ऑन कटिंग देयर मार्क्स ना, इंग्लिश इज वेरी टफ. मुझे नहीं चाहिए, ये फीलिंग नहीं आना चाहिए. समझ में आ गया? ओके, सो बस हम इतना ही कर सकते हैं. सी पे अटेंशन व्हेन इट कम्स टू नॉन टेक्निकल. इनका पेपर चेक करते समय whether it is technical word, whether it is non-technical word. For non-technical word you don't cancel their marks, but उनका rectify करके वहां पर जरूर बता कि उधर स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक क्या हुआ है. कि अगर उनका पेपर पूरा रेड आप कर दोगे ना, and if you reduce their marks ना, they will get highly discouraged, highly demotivated, and then afterwards they will have what you say sort of phobia of that subject. So that should not happen. You have to pay attention to this particular thing. थोड़ा बहुत समझ में आ गया? Overall process क्या रहता है? See, NEP 2020 NCF 2023 has recommended multilingual teaching till grade 5. It can be extended to grade 8 and above. ऐसे उनके डॉक्यूमेंट में लिखा हुआ है. Got it? So it may happen that you are feeling that I am teaching in English medium school, but there can be students, okay, who are from another medium, yet they are studying in your class. ये हो सकता है. You about school education in Goa, now they have formed committee to translate syllabus of engineering as well as in MBBS in Konkani. Got it? How much it will be applicable, that I don't know. B.Ed का पूरा videos we prepared in English. Okay, पूरा videos, topic wise videos we prepared in English. Whole team was there. They have translated the whole video into Konkani. Students are writing their paper in English, but उनको समझने के लिए किसमें किया है? कोंकणी में. Means multilingualism is not tomorrow, it is very much today. So you should be prepared with all these techniques. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I am honorable to invite Mrs. Savita Upasi Madam, IC Principal of Danganga Education Trust, College of Education, B.Ed, to felicitate our guest. Madam. Students, please. Once again, thank you, sir, Mr. Ketan Kamble, sir, for your invaluable contribution. This makes this session a success. So, especially thanks to our management, founder Professor B.D. Patil, sir, Secretary Ranjana Patil, madam, Director Dr. Anita Patil, madam, Director Education, Advisor Amit More, sir, and my dear colleagues, Assistant Professor Pratibha Kamli Madam, Assistant Professor Rashna Das Madam, Assistant Professor Surbi Sona Madam, uh, and uh, um, and our principal, IC Principal Madam, Savita Upasi Madam. I'm very thank you, and our participate there. Interest is elevating in the making this session success. Thank you so much.
Hello, are you all with me? So the day started with my welcome, and the day must end with the summary reading. I'll quickly go through what we have done throughout the day. Before that, if you all can stand up, please. You all can stand up, please. Keep your bags down. Stretch. Stretch yourself. Stretch yourself a little. Yes, wow. Okay. Yawn भी हो गया लोगों का. Wow. Okay, that's nice. Please be seated. It's a matter of next 10 minutes and then we'll disperse. So today's summary goes as we had an insightful learning, engaging discussions, and transformative ideas. As we wrap up day one for our workshop, let us take a moment to reflect on enriching sessions we experienced today. Our session one was on one classroom, many learners, VAG learning styles, themes, and inclusion. So, Dr. Apurva ma'am, she enlightened us on importance of understanding diverse learning styles, and she beautifully emphasized that every student can learn, just not on the same day or in the same way. Her session reinforced the need to design classrooms that celebrate inclusion and adaptability, ensuring that no learner is left behind. Our session two was on teaching that cares, holistic lesson design for every learner. Dr. Arpita Bhatia ma'am, she took us on an inspiring journey of compassionate and holistic lesson planning. She reminded us that education is not just about covering the syllabus, but about uncovering the potential in every child. As Aristotle said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. So, this session gave us practical strategies to design lessons that foster empathy, curiosity, and deeper understanding. Session 3, catering to multilingual classroom, Mr. Ketan Sir, he shed light on the beauty and challenges of multilingual education, emphasizing that language should be a bridge and not a barrier. He shared powerful techniques to create inclusive, culturally responsive classrooms where every student should feel heard and valued. His session reinforced the essence of NEP 2020's vision that learning is in one's home language can be a game changer in cognitive and emotional development. So, to conclude, today we have not just learned, we have evolved as educators. As we leave with renewed enthusiasm, let's remember the words of Benjamin Franklin: tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I learn. Let's take these insights forward and transform our classrooms into engaging, inclusive, and dynamic spaces. Today, day one's resounding success was witnessed with participation of total 90 active attendees. We had 45 offline attendees and 45 online attendees. Although we had some difficulties in our online sessions where they were asked to go in rooms and there were some technical glitches. We promise you, online attendees, tomorrow we will have no such complications and we will keep everything in a single setting. Thank you to our wonderful resource persons, enthusiastic participants, and dedicated organizers, which includes all of us. And to name a very prominent team, Ram Pratap sir's team. Thank you so much for being with us from morning till now. And to our volunteers, to the admin staff, to my colleagues, and lastly to Principal Ma'am, and not to forget myself also, for making day one a grand success. Get some rest, recharge, and get ready for another inspiring day tomorrow. Before we discuss, tomorrow online students as well as offline students will have to join Teams, Microsoft Teams. So offline students, please download it, log in into Microsoft Teams and see, okay? Because tomorrow session 2, it will be conducted on digital pedagogy. And if you don't have a digital device, you cannot attend digital pedagogy. So everyone will be attending through your mobile phones. Although you will be sitting here, we have a very impactful resource person for that, Dr. Thiagu. He's from Central University of Karnataka, and he will be taking your session tomorrow. So first session, second session, third session, the schedule will be given in the group, so you can join in. Tomorrow we will start sharp at 10 a.m. Please don't be late. Today, almost the auditorium was empty at 10 a.m. So tomorrow, please don't be late. We will start on time so that we can have a proper certificate distribution for you all at the end of the day. Okay? Let's all stand together for the national song. We have tea arranged in the canteen. You may have your tea and